Excuse me. Got a little bit, we started a little bit earlier. Thank God. Hi, everyone. Can you believe we're back so soon? We're back so soon. Now you may be wondering, Airi, this is the letter. Main menu music. Why are we playing this instead of, something you picked out? And I'm like, and it's like, short answer of it is, I didn't, I only had a day to pick it out. So I'm sorry, it's lazy. It's more out of laziness, if anything. But two, it's also because, like, well, only a day passed, and it's like, obviously I spend these pre-streams talking about, what has been going on in my life since then. So it's like, oh, I'll just, and usually that is like 2 weeks to a month worth of whatever's going on. But because it's only been a day, what's the point? So, because it's only been a day, the pre-stream will be a little bit shorter than usual. So we can get straight into the game. But, okay. Alright, so we're actually going to be talking seriously here for a moment, so bear with me. So, obviously, Friday night, I streamed the first part of this game. And, long story short, I greatly underestimated how should I put this? I greatly underestimated my threshold, if that's a good way to put it, of handling this game. I thought that with some of the more, extreme of warnings. So obviously before I began playing, I read out the list of content warnings that this game would be presenting to us. And, and there was a lot, don't get me wrong, there was a lot, but while I understood what I was going into, I basically underestimated just how I would be able to handle it. Now, granted, last time, nothing much happened. The only real thing that happened was that the N-word was dropped. And I had my own spiel and reaction to that. But because of that, it kind of made me, because of how casually it was dropped, and how uncomfortable I felt throughout the remainder of that scene, I underestimated it. And it's weird to talk about that considering it doesn't offend me any, since I'm white, obviously, but it made me think. It made me think about how the rest of the game was gonna go about, and pretty much I made some changes. So, obviously, if you look down in the description, there is now a condensed list of trigger warnings to be aware of, and those were all taken from the official advisory warning from the game itself. Steam forums, excuse me, I am sorry. So obviously there is a lot that this game delves into that may be very triggering or just unpleasant to experience. So please, if you haven't already, check out the description and read all that entails, because, as I stated in the description, if there is ever a point where you are uncomfortable watching, or you even feel the need to step away, please do so. your mental health matters, and I want this to be a safe place, and I want my channel to be a safe place for my viewers and all that. And I say this with the utmost respect. Please take care of yourself. Give yourself a little bit of kindness. Please. And I will be trying to extend the same courtesy to myself throughout this, meaning that if I come across something that I personally feel is unpleasant, or even so much as, you know, not good, I will be trying to give myself the same courtesy and try to either take a short break, or if it gets so bad, I will probably have to end the stream pretty short, because obviously there are some things even in that content list that I don't think I would be really comfortable with for an extended amount of time. And that mostly applies to, it's the child death and animal cruelty and such, because I can't honestly stand that. That's why I avoid a lot of horror movies or horror media where children or animals are harmed, because I personally can't handle that. But, so that's, one thing. Secondly, and this is gonna actually come as a surprise, but it was also something that also occurred to me. So, hi, this is my face. This is Airi, or Blythe/Vincent, for my alternate names. God, this is so weird. This is so weird to have my face be shown. And yes, this is with my webcam, so not the best quality. But sorry, I have my dashboard open right now, so I'm of course seeing myself on the camera. God. I'm so nervous. Don't worry, this is just hopefully gonna be a one-time thing. But okay. So, obviously, as I said last time, the N-word was dropped, and I did my reaction and my, spiel, basically. And, I thought about it, and I thought about it, and, obviously, as a white person, I'm not personally offended by it. Why should I be? But it still made me uncomfortable, and it made me so uncomfortable to the fact that I actually went in yesterday morning after the stream was done, and I edited the stream to actually trim out the 10 seconds of video and audio that had the N-word shown. I was originally going to do a blur and possibly try and see if there was a way I could somehow cut audio, but I am not a great editor of any kind. And so that's why the trimming had to occur. But anyway, I'm putting on face cam just to let people know that I am being genuine about this. So how am I gonna go about handling any other future slurs or anything like that? Well, first off, my reaction. So, I personally felt like I might have overreacted to it. I mean, and that's just the kind of person I am. Like, whenever I come across something that is particularly shocking or, I tend to react in a way that is exaggerated. And believe me when I say I don't mean to do this in a way that makes it seem more enjoyable or pleasurable or whatever, but I just process things like that. However, I can also understand that some people who may view this in the future can be very uncomfortable, or at the very least annoyed by that. So what I'm gonna do is that pretty much whatever slurs that come up or anything that's particularly shocking, I'm gonna try and keep my reaction to a minimum. Like, pretty much I'm gonna process it, I'm going to acknowledge that it's there, but otherwise I'm just gonna keep it at a minimum so that we can get through the game quicker and so it's not particularly annoying. And also in the case of slurs popping up, how I'm going to handle that is because I do not have the ability to censor slurs in real time because I am not a professional in any sense of the word. We're pretty much just going to acknowledge it's there and just quickly brush over it as quick as possible. Acknowledge that it's there and just try to give it as little screen time as possible. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm putting on face cam, even though I am very nervous because I'm not used to putting face cam on because I don't like the way I look. I mean, obviously you can tell with how like my head is tilted. I'm not looking at the camera all the way. I have a lazy eye and of course these awful fucking eyeshadows. Seriously, I'm 24 years old and I have these awful eyeshadows. I don't wear makeup. Why should I when I'm only going to be appearing for like a few minutes on camera? But anyway, so yes, that's the issue. And I do want to extend an apology for, you know, anything that I'm going to be prone to making mistakes. And I'm sorry that anything I did last time was particularly bad. So there's no script. I just have like an outline in my head and that's why I'm constantly like not looking at the camera all the way. So yeah. Oh, thank God. God, I look fucking awful on face cam. I look fucking awful on face cam. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so that's how we're going to be handling slurs from now on. So, as you can tell, I already have the game pulled up. I just need to just play it. So, yeah. Hopefully that will be the only time I need to use face cam because I don't like having face cam on. I don't look good. But anyway, so what happened last time on the letter? Well, actually, let me switch to the game real quick. So, let me just get everything done. Okay. Alright, let me just close out of this. And there we go. Alright, give it a moment. There we go. Alright, how is the game audio? Is it good? Is it great? I hope it's good. Hopefully you guys are able to see the game okay. So what happened last time on the letter? Well, we got introduced to, I believe, our 7 playable characters. And, it's actually kind of interesting. So, obviously, when the N-word dropped after the stream, I wanted to see how other people handled that. Because I know there were a lot of people who Let's Played this game and streamed this game. And I don't even know if they also read the content warning like I did. So I wanted to see how they handled it, and unfortunately, not a lot of people seem to have picked the options that I did. I only saw one person pick the choice that led to the dropping of the slur, but the problem was that he didn't stream it, he recorded it, thus he was able to edit out the inclusion of that word. But from what the comments said, it's like, it doesn't seem like you're gonna get in trouble, necessarily, for a lot of this shit. But yeah, but in the midst of that, I found out that we were actually pretty damn close to the first chapter's ending. And apparently each chapter has multiple endings. Oh boy. Now granted, I don't know, now that's all I know. I did not spoil myself on anything else. I just was just like, okay, so there are multiple endings to each chapter, and we're close to the first one ending. That's fine. So yeah. Either way, what happened last time? We got introduced to our 7 playable characters, and we went into this mansion. It's cursed. No shit. We saw a ghost that has been following us, and one of our friends, who isn't a playable character, I'm assuming she's the lamb to the slaughter, the lamb, pretty much. She got murdered at the end of the last stream. Like, Rose, who is the name, by the way, she got fucking murdered. And I was so shocked, because I was like, holy fuck, I thought the black dude was gonna die first. Because that's how it always is with horror media, is that if there's a black person, they're the ones to die first. So but I will admit, the more time we spent with Zach, who is the man of color, I was like, I hope he doesn't die, because I really freaking like him. He reminds me a lot of my character Fareth. And I hope he doesn't die. So I'm glad that he's not dead yet. Yet, quote unquote. But, it's actually kind of interesting, because a lot of people... So, the choice that led into the dropping of the end slur, there was a choice where, Isabella, who is the character that we were playing as last time, she tells her friends about what happened at the mansion earlier that day, and Zach and Ashton, who I am assuming is Isabella's love interest, pretty much give her 2 different options in which she can go about dealing with this. Ashton's choice was an ethnographer, or a professor which is a specialized version of anthropology, where you have to research specific cultures and people and all of that. And Zach's choice was a priest. Now, because I am someone who has watched a lot of paranormal stuff in my life, I obviously went with the priest option. But so obviously that meant that the majority of people went with Ashton. Now, I don't know whether or not it was because of the fact that they were going with the idea of shipping Isabella and Ashton together, or if it was just because they just thought, oh, a professor might be different. But in the topic of shipping, I don't ship anyone yet. I barely know these characters. I only know Isabella, and that's partially because we've been playing as her this whole damn time. So as I said before in the last stream, how I'm gonna go about playing this game that has multiple different branching paths and endings is, my first playthrough is gonna be completely blind, meaning that whatever choices I make, I made them with the intention that whatever I do from here on out, I'm sticking with it. So whatever ending we get here in the first chapter, I'm sticking with it until we get to the end of the game where the credits roll. Now, granted, I have no fucking clue if I'm, you know, on the path of the good ending. I doubt it. Would be fun though, but yeah. So yeah. Let's just get thrown in here, shall we? All right. Alright, so here is the recap of what happened. So, on Sunday, October 23rd, news broke of Rose Cooper being found dead in her flat the evening before. The authorities classified the crime as homicide, possibly linked to the notorious Anselm Butcher, a mysterious serial killer who had committed brutal murders over the years and left their bodies with his signature phrase, "Help me." So what's with the relationship here? Alright, so this is our character Isabella. This is the character that we played as throughout the entire game. Now, obviously, as you can tell, we have relationship values. But it turns out that I'm doing pretty fucking well with both Zachary and Marianne. Thank you, Steam. We're not doing that great with Rebecca, but we're not that far. We're not that, like, what's the word I'm looking for? We're not that, like, far from hitting the normal value, so that's okay. And with Ashton, we hit a little bit of a boost. But Hannah and Luke makes sense. And obviously you can tell here that we have our other our other characters that we can play as. So I'm assuming that in the next chapter we're probably going to be switching characters. Hopefully the audio is okay. Hopefully. I had to actually turn down the background music because it was so loud with the voices, but so yeah, I might actually let's see. I'll raise it up a little bit. Alright. A buzzing sensation jolts me awake. My body still wants to sleep, to forget what I heard, what I saw last night. But it's there, nudging, prodding at me. Slowly, I become aware of how awkward my position is, and the aches that accompany sleeping in a curled-up position the night before. If I even slept at all. The memories are impossible to forget now that Rose is gone. They say it's easier when you say it out loud. Instead, the words weigh heavier on me each time. Oh yeah, that's right, because we're thinking Rose probably died because of us. Because of something. The thing is, though, is that, like, so we got a chain letter that pretty much just said, help me, help me, help me, help me, help me, and at the bottom it said, send this to 5 people or else. The thing is, though, is that Rose didn't see that letter. As far as I'm aware, she didn't. It was the other playable characters that saw the letter. Rose didn't see it. So I'm thinking, like, how did she become targeted by the ghost? Unless it's by association, meaning like, oh, here's a death game, by the way. I'm not gonna kill the people that you love, that aren't, that are associated with you, that aren't the players, you know? So, she's gone. Gone because of me. Gone because of one letter I was too curious to look at. I should have been more careful. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I should have destroyed it before anyone else had gotten involved. I should have... The notification light on my laptop blinks incessantly, mockingly, when I look at it, as if it's calling me back to a sense of normalcy. Hopefully the audio is okay. I am, of course, noticing the desktop audio, and I don't know if that's good! Oh, I check it nevertheless, out of habit more than anything. To all BRC employees, in light of the recent... That Anne's not supposed to be there. In light of the recent events, there will be an all-staff emergency meeting from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Attendance is a must. Company changes, new hierarchy, and policies will all be discussed during the meeting. Everyone is expected to bring a copy of their own attendance logs and sales reports for the last 6 months to be submitted to your respective managers for review. We are expecting everyone's cooperations. Thank you, Joanne Alice Schultz, BRC HR Manager. I should also make clear that I am playing this on a 600 by 800 screen, so this text is going to be super small for me to read. If this were one of those typical days, I'd happily comply and get myself to our office. Today my limbs just feel heavy. On one hand, going will keep me busy, take my mind elsewhere. On the other, the place in itself is a stark reminder of what my own fears have cost me. I should just... So we got a choice. Gonna save. I'm gonna go to work. Moping won't get me anywhere. Reason for this is, so going to work, this is just, because we're nearing the first chapter's end, I'm a little scared that Isabella might be the first to die after Rose, but maybe she won't if we go to work. And also, to me, distracting always helps with the grief. Pretty much, I don't want to think about it right now, I got shit to do. This is just like one of those things, isn't it? You deal with it with a smile, no matter how bad things get, and hope for the best. Although my whole body feels like lead and my limbs are sore, I push myself away from the chair and head for the shower. Here it is. The letter I dropped on the floor last night flutters open as I pass by, unfolding for no one else but me to see. So yeah, this is the letter I was talking about. Help me, 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 help me. Send this to 5 people or else. Every word written on it glares back at me. They sneer. They ridicule. Like living beings fully aware of what they've done. With a huff, I pick it up and shove it into my bag, perhaps with more anger and frustration than I'm used to showing. This, too, I'll deal with. Somehow, I'll find a way and make things right. I have to. Before it takes more people from me. Even if I must do it on my own. Papers rustling, telephones ringing, feet shuffling. Overall, today looks like a typical working day at Briar Realty Corporation. Except it isn't. The air is thick with tension and unspoken questions. No doubt everyone present has already heard about Rose. If they missed last night's report, they'd likely see it in the morning news, in the papers, or on various news sites on the internet. Everywhere is a bitter reminder. In fact, everyone's given me a wide berth, as though the mere mention of Rose would be enough to trigger something in me. It's appreciated, but it only serves to create a bigger hole in the place Rose has left. After lunch, my boss calls for a meeting. I don't have to look up from my work to know what it is about. He's in a strange, pensive mood today, probably out of respect for a dead colleague. Oddly, I'd appreciate it more if he just shouted at me today. Anything is better.
I'm sure you've all heard of what happened to Miss Cooper. She was a valued member of our team and she will be missed.
By the way, this game is fully voiced, by the way. Or at the very least, the dialogue is fully voiced. Most of the time.
There's no date for a funeral, yet. But those who wish to attend, kindly speak with your respective supervisors. By the way, has anyone heard about our still AWOL staff?
They're probably dead.
None? HR, you know what to do.
Time to issue pink slips.
Santos, a word. In my office.
Oh shit. At the end of it, I've been given the entirety of Rose's workload, including finalizing the rights papers, and have been promised an ample compensation for my efforts. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, excuse me? Listen, I know that she just died, and all that, and of course I know her work has to be done, but it's also like, excuse me, you're pushing it all on the one person? You better fucking make it worth it! I think he's expecting me to be happy about it. Instead, I immerse myself in my work. I have to anyway if I want to forget. Oh, Employee of the Month. Time flies when you do, and by the time I give notice, it's already late. Oh. Isabella Santos drowned herself with work the whole day to forget about the devastating news of her mentor's death. However, she ended up stumbling upon the mysterious disappearances of her other colleagues, and just when she realized something important... Uh-oh. Everyone's already gone, leaving me in the company of a radio and a member of our janitorial staff. I don't even know his name. Rose likely does. She remembers people easily like that.
The Luxbon Police Department continues its search for the following reported missing people.
The radio blares one name after another. Hold on a second. Missing? Aren't they... Still, I have to check. Frantic, I turn back to my desktop. The loud tapping of my fingers against the keys fills the office for the better part of my shift as I look through everything. The background about the place, its history from the current owners, and list of employees hired under BRC. And I'm right. Of course I am. BRC may have a lot of staff. They may have a lot of agents. Oh. Sorry, that was the dog. It is actually getting to be around that time. BRC may have a lot of staff. They may have a lot of agents hired, but I remember those names anywhere. After all, they're also part of the crew who worked with us in preparing the mansion for the open house. Then the letters... No, that can't be. I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
But Rose is...
Something snaps into place in the fraction of a moment. These people, Rose, the letter...
I need to... No, if it's like this, they still won't believe me. I have to make sure of it first.
Evidence doesn't lie. That's what Ash often says, right? If I have proof, then maybe... I don't want to get my hopes up yet, but maybe there's still a way I can save them. The letter, my phones, papers, anything that will be useful. I grab all of them and stuff them in my bag. I can't stay here. There's something I need to do. There's something those people should... That's a printer. The noise cuts sharply through the room, stopping my hand short of cramming a pen into my bag.
Hello? Anyone there?
I am gonna keep my fingers on the keys, because quick time events? Someone must have left their printer open again. I may be in a hurry, but if I don't turn it off, another person is certainly going to have a fit tomorrow over wasted company resources. Most of the time, it's Rose who does the nagging, but... The clicking of my pen in my hand is a welcome distraction as I search for the said object. Each stride my feet takes also echoes throughout the empty workplace. Oh, we're so fucking dead! I've lost sight of the janitor minutes ago, and with me being the only one left, the tapping of my feet against the wooden floor is something I soon learned to appreciate. It doesn't take me long to find it. By the time I turn it off, 5 pages are already strewn about on the ground, the paper tray having also been left ajar. Sighing, I pick each of it up to put someplace proper. But the page that greets me next makes my blood run cold. Oh, that's not good. The chill that makes its way up my spine is as numbing as that day in the attic. The sheets crinkle under my tense grip. All I can hear is my breathing as it rasps through my gritted teeth. But before I can even gather myself, take the first steps out of here, total darkness suddenly envelops me. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck this. No! No! And as if hearing every horrid thought running inside my head right now, something snaps. Oh man, it's the Gritch bitch all over again! A soft creak grating through the thin veil of stillness that has descended in the room. Every muscle, every bone in my body goes rigid at the sound. Familiar. So familiar now. Yet my own traitorous curiosity still presses me to take a careful peek over the cubicle's wall. Oh, fuck this. No! No! I hate it! I hate it! It's her. Standing in the only exit of the office, albeit facing away from me. She doesn't even need to turn around for me to know it's the same misshapen face, tattered clothes, and unsightly gait. The same person in the attic. I take a step back, the pen I'm holding slips from my hand, and... Oh. Her entire head turns. A scream almost escapes my mouth and I duck under my table as quickly as I can. Oh, fuck me. Oh, she's here. She's here to kill me, ain't she? My heart is pounding hard against my chest. I can hear the bone-chilling sounds of her walk, the weird clicking that follows her, and telltale squelch of something wet as she walks towards me. Nearer and nearer. The sounds are slowly getting louder. The only thing keeping the whimper from escaping me is my hand as it covers my mouth. Someone, please save me! Anyone! I close my eyes, muttering a continuous stream of prayers, all while attempting to steady my own breathing. Please, please don't let her hear me! Oh boy. Did I do it? The seconds, minutes stretch out before me agonizingly. Is she gone? Slowly, I open my eyes to take a peek. I don't trust this. People, I think this might be a jump scare. Oh, fuck this. I don't dare move or make a noise. In the face of such terror, I can only beg, let out silent pleas to whoever is out there. Please, please don't let her notice. I want to live! Hannah! What? 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 That's a cliffhanger. Oh, fuck. So we don't know what's gonna happen. Oh, shit. Well, we got a new character. Hannah. Hannah Wright Nay Evans. Okay, birth date is April 30th. Taurus, 31 years old. Hey, a fellow Taurus! She is 5'7", was an heiress, but she was formerly a finance manager. She is British. Angelican, someone's gonna need to remind me of that. Education, Master's in Business Administration, major in accounting, likes... Oh, fuck me, what does that say? That's French. Bouillabaisse? Bouillabaisse? Dogs, fashion, parties and dancing, the beach, children, iconic women, charity, and math. Okay. Alright. Of the Luxborn upper classes, Hannah is used to living a life of luxury. Absent parents made her crave for attention, though. Something she gained from her private tutors and nannies instead. It was never enough, though. It was never enough, however. She studied hard in order to make her parents proud, going into business so that she could work alongside them. The challenge in her otherwise privileged life was certainly a thrill for her, at the very least. She had many suitors, dating different men and women. Oh! She's bi! She's bi! We have a bisexual woman! Oh, that's neat! I knew it! I'm actually really happy about that. I'm actually really happy about that. So, okay, so I noted it earlier. I noted it in the last stream. So Isabella is Filipino, and I was like, oh, are we going for a more diverse cast here? Because if so, that's neat. Seriously, I love playing games where we have a diverse cast, you know? But it's like, okay, so we have racial diversity, but what about, LGBT plus diversity? And I didn't know, but now we do! We have a bisexual woman! Yay! But it was through work that she met Luke. It was love at first sight for her. Upon her parents' death, Luke proposed to her. That was the move that led to the merging of Wright Enterprise and Evans Incorporated and her subsequent retirement. Their 7-year marriage is strained, but Hannah tries her best to make it work. Okay. Okay. Alright, because... Okay, alright, I do need to talk about this real quick. And this is just going to be a quick footnote, but just because Hannah, who I'm assuming is bisexual, she could be bi or pan, who knows. I'm going with bi. Just because a bisexual woman married a man does not erase her bisexuality in any way. She's still bisexual, she's just married. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say. Alright. It's far too easy to get them to pay attention and raptured. They hang on to my every word and follow my every move. All of it would have been stifling had I not grown used to such stares. Most are respectful, some are hostile if we're honest, and a few are downright inappropriate. After all, I am...
Hannah Wright!
Hannah Wright! There's a moment of agitation as a familiar, but less than welcome face approaches me with a suggestive smirk on his face. Of course, I have to keep a benevolent smile and greet him as I greet any good friend. After all, this man can turn heads, being famous in his own right.
Officer Lee! What a pleasant surprise. I didn't think you'd have the time to attend tonight's party.
Excuse me. He's more Luke's friend than mine, really, and I'm quite sure I only invited his wife. Much like I'm only friends with the chief inspector because of Luke, Luke is only friends with Rochelle because of me. Unlike how I treated Lee, however, Luke never hid his animosity for the Lee matriarch. It was an odd sort of friendship where we would have awkward double dates. I don't even recall his first name. It started with an N, I think. I might be wrong. Aside from being chief inspector of Luxbourne Police, his wife Rochelle Lee Ney Vance owns a general electronics company. Fridges and freezers, mostly. Sorry, Layla's barking in the background right now.
Oh, I always have time for my favourite socialite couple. Might I say, you look positively ravishing tonight.
Tonight.
I see the husband isn't with you.
Yeah, we're both married. The way he eyes me up is enough to make my skin crawl. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Maybe it won't lead into anything bad, but... Oh, boy. Women, any future women or people who have experienced this in the chat, please bear with it. I just wish Luke is here to fend off the more unseemly of our peers. You know the ones. Men who are just a bit too friendly, staring too long at my assets and getting close just because my husband isn't here. Ugh. And to think they had the gall to do this at my own party. At my own house, if I might add. Yeah, that is really disrespectful. But like any high society woman worth her salt, I know how to handle it with grace and dignity.
I suppose you are looking pleasant as well. Luke's busy with work, unfortunately. Rochelle isn't here?
A shame. I do hope he isn't causing you much trouble. That husband of yours can be a bit daft sometimes, acting like he's still some young bachelor. The wife sends her regards and her apologies, but something came up with a doctor and she needed to attend to it. You know her, being pregnant and all.
We make small talk. Rather, I'm forced to do so as he would not leave my side after finding his place there. Much to my chagrin, I've been extricated from the few who flock in hopes of flattering, for I can tolerate them far better than Lee. He's a nice enough person, and I adore his wife, who is obviously the brains behind the two. But there's something unsettling about him. Oh no. Maybe it won't be that. I don't trust him as much as I want to. He regales to me tales of the Luxbourne Police Department, a different affair to the usual gossip I am privy to, and, though I loathe to admit, is interesting nonetheless. I expect the topic of business to die out quickly, which would be understandable enough due to the confidential nature of his work. But oh boy was I wrong.
So, wearing civvies, I steal and drive off with one of the police mobiles, right? In the mirror, I see the mutant chasing on foot and screaming about theft. The look on his face was priceless when I parked it in the garage.
In the garage?
Oh my. You made him chase you all the way home for a prank. What did Rochelle have to say about that?
Rochelle has a strange love and hate affair with Lee. He's a married man who didn't grow up past his early 20s, judging by the way he acts. Surprisingly enough, they've been married for a good 20 years. Holy shit. A lifetime if you compare it to my marriage of 7 years with Luke. I, on the other hand, well, Luke is no Lee. I should be happy about that, I suppose. Although, my darling did have his moments.
The wife pulled my ear and gave me a good talking to, though. Besides, we live in a flat a block away, so it wasn't much of a grand chase.
Weren't you living in a house near the countryside?
Moved for work, you know. Or you probably don't.
No, I don't. But a flat in downtown. I suppose if that's what you like.
Oh, it's horrid. Hate that tiny place, no matter how convenient it can be for work. 55 square yards are not enough when you need to get away from the wife. I wouldn't mind a place away from the city. Even started looking at the ads. I spied an interesting lot, actually. Heard it was finally put up for sale. Or that something mansion, you know the one with all the ghost stories.
Okay, so this is taking place before they came upon the mansion. Okay. I know what he's talking about. There are really only a few urban legends around here. It's...
The Ermagerd mansion?
The Ermagerd? Was that supposed to be a reference?
That's the one. Worthy of a king it is. I'd buy it myself, but Rochelle would only gripe if I brought it up to her. Not to mention all the expenses a place like that will be a real fixer-upper. You also have to find someone willing to work there with how superstitious people can be.
If it becomes a problem, just hire someone to do an exorcism.
Actually, I do know of someone who could be up to the task.
Watch it be the priest that we hired.
You remember the Ludgates party at their Christchurch summer residence?
Wait, Christchurch? Why does that sound familiar? Christchurch. I'm looking that up right now. Why does that sound familiar? Christchurch. That sounds familiar for some reason. Is it one of those... I'm not looking for the city! It gave me the city in, Oh, that's it! Wait, is it? Wait. That's why Christchurch sounds familiar to me. It was one of the, sightings for a shooting. That's why. Oh, ooh, wait. Yeah, it was because of a mosque. When PewDiePie really started getting into drama, well, not drama, but more of like, you know, the fuck. However the hell you pronounce that word. Stuff. That's why it sounded familiar to me. I don't know, but, okay. I thought it was something else. I thought Christchurch was like one of the churches that was like super homophobic.
Of course. It was an excellent soiree. Everything was so classy, too. Such good taste.
Oh, that place was a pigsty until they hired out this interior designer and they turned it into a bloody palace.
Oh, that's how she heard of Marianne.
She worked for the Exodus for their apartment in Soho too, and they recommended her when we were looking up pieces for our beach house in Porto Colom.
What kind of... God damn. How much of a salary are you getting if you're able to afford a beach house?
I think I have a business card, right? No, I must have left it in my other jacket. Anyway, she's called, what's her name? Marianne, I believe, yes. But truly, if anyone were to get that place in McCullough, well, they'd be the envy and the talk of the town.
Well, if you put it that way, I might just snatch it up for myself. This place was starting to feel a bit small lately anyway.
Sure, a 3-story penthouse might not fit the definition of small for some people. Oh, rich people. Oh boy. Okay, maybe a lot of people. But it isn't big enough to have... Did you hear that? To have... But it isn't big enough to have grand parties in. A 3-story penthouse isn't big enough to have parties in. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking rich people, man. As it is, I only invited about 30 people to this one, and it already feels cramped in here. 30 people, huh? In a 3-story penthouse. This is why we hate the 1%. It certainly would be nice if I didn't have to ride an elevator up and down several floors before I can get anywhere as well. All Luke's words and not mine. Besides, I've been looking for a good anniversary gift. Luke might like this one. Where is he anyway? October 21st. The Cash penthouse? Alright. Monday. Alright. Hannah Wright threw a party in their penthouse at the Cash. The city's most powerful were seen, including Chief Inspector Harvey Lee of the Luxbourne Police Department. From him, the socialite heard of the Ermengarde Mansion's upcoming open house and of the interior designer Marianne McCullough. McCullough! I gotta remember, she's Scottish. Or Irish. I think it's Irish. McCullough. Actually, I think that's Irish. Luke is dressed to the nines, as he usually is, and he looks ready for whatever the day will throw at him. His butler and valet wait at his side, just in case he isn't as ready as he looks. Oh sure, that's normal. What is confusing me is the fact that he's on his way out of the penthouse, considering we won't have anywhere to go until much later.
Where are you going?
I am to attend the Triad Autumn Tasting. I do believe I informed you of this 2 weeks ago.
So, for those who didn't watch the last stream, this was the dude that said the N-word. So, I'm a little skeptical. Of his beliefs.
Yes. And might I remind you that I had stricken that off your schedule? Because, 1, the doctor told you to stop consuming so much alcohol.
Yup, I was right. So, in the last stream, Hannah and Luke, that's her husband's name, the dude on the right, so they were at the open house of the Ermengarde Mansion, and the mansion has I don't know if they said it was a wine cellar or something, but they basically had a place under the floor of the kitchen where you could store alcohol and all that. And Luke, he seemed particularly happy about that. And so, because I read off that the content warning said that we were dealing with some alcohol and alcoholism, I pegged him as the alcoholic. And now that I know and now that Hannah is straight up confirming that, we're probably gonna be dealing with a drunk Luke that is probably not the best person. Oh, I never thought I'd get flashbacks to my dad so soon, but okay.
And 2, I informed you a few days ago about the open house we are going to attend in its place. I've even found this marvelous interior designer, Marianne McCullough.
It's a 3.5-hour drive to Cardiff. I don't have time for this. This is like that little party you threw all over again. You don't inform me of it, and you expect me to stay and be a gracious host when I have business elsewhere. You know how I operate, Hannah. Unless this was penciled in, I am sticking to my schedule.
If I may intrude, the madam is correct. your physician did insist you moderate your drinking, unless you wish to incur acute pancreatitis.
So he drinks so much that his pancreas is actually in trouble? Oof. And considering that Hannah's 31, so I'm assuming he's probably around the same age. Oof. 30 years old and you're already at risk of health problems with how much you drink. Whoo. Oh boy.
And you did have this open house penciled in last Wednesday morning.
Bullocks, I don't remember doing so.
Well, you did. While very hungover, in fact.
He did. Moaned about me being too loud, but gave in after some pushing. Perhaps that was a bit too cruel and manipulative of me, but...
Whose side are you on?
Come on, Luke. You promised we'd do whatever I want this weekend.
Gordon Bennett, fine. I am giving this house tour of yours a chance.
Gordon Bennett. Is that slang? Is that slang for Jesus Christ?
But if it proves to be a waste of time, I am going to Cardiff, and you are going to take a cab home. Are we clear?
It's just a bit of a husband and wife tip for Tad, isn't it? All couples have their arguments. Once the honeymoon phase is over, as they seem to call it, reality sets in that you and your partner might not always see eye to eye. Perhaps it has been the years. 7 of them is nothing to scoff at.
I just cannot bloody believe I agreed to this. I was really looking forward to the triad tasting.
Though sometimes I think it's something a bit more than just simple disagreements, and I have to stop myself from wondering where we went wrong.
There's always the triad Christmas tasting in Manchester next month, and that'll only be an hour and a half drive.
That pretty much just confirmed to me that we're in England, because I think Manchester is an area in London, right? Have I been neglectful? Have I offended? Have I acted shamefully? Oh.
Yes, but Cardiff.
Hannah, do not... Oh, gosh. Hannah, listen. Listen. Here's the thing. A marriage should be equal. Now, I'm not going to sit here and excuse Hannah of any wrongdoing or anything like that. You know, I'm pretty sure she's probably done some things wrong in the marriage, but it does seem like she's trying to make the best of it. But it seems like Luke is not exactly matching that effort. Like, marriage is about work. You know? You and your partner have to put in the a heavy amount of work into making it work, you know? Certainly, any problem can be discussed. As long as he doesn't turn me away. Oh.
Well, there goes my good mood. Are you happy now, Hannah?
Oh, shut up! Why must he treat me this way? Oh. Oh boy. Remain silent or defend myself. The thing is, though, is that, like, obviously I want her to defend herself. Obviously. Because it's like, he's getting pissy at her because of something that they agreed to having, you know, scheduled for, like, a week. And, you know, and he's complaining about how he's not going to drink more alcohol. But I'm also thinking, like, does she want to go into a fight earlier in the day that they're supposed to be at this open house? God, as much as I want her to defend herself, I don't think she wants a fight early in the morning, so I'm just gonna remain silent. I'm happy. Oof. Oh, Hannah. I'm sorry. That did take me off a little bit, but I don't think she would, I don't think she wants to fight. And I'm sure he will too once he gets over this little upset. There's no point in aggravating him anymore, so I keep myself from commenting on the issue any further. A sweet smile and a bowed head. No need to provoke. That is how I cope.
So, when do we leave? Where are we even going?
I didn't like that. I didn't like the way she said that. Alright, I guess that pretty much... I'm... Okay, so if another situation like this arises, I'm defending myself. Because I just figured, you know, she didn't want to fight, but if this continues, I'm letting her defend herself because we're not dealing with that shit in a marriage.
We're scheduled to leave after lunch for the Ermengarde mansion. Das ist ja interessant. It's just Deutsch name. Is that infamous mansion, yeah?
Is he Dutch or German?
I have seen it from afar. It's a huge property. Very beautiful if it wasn't left abandoned. Certainly a house befitting lords and ladies of the land.
A house good enough for nobles, huh? It is well known then? I guess that doesn't make it a total waste of time.
Our old sous chef mentioned going there for Halloween last year. We've not seen him since.
He's dead.
Not that I mind. He made terrible pumpkin soup.
I smile even as they turn their backs to me. The ride to the mansion is quiet, with Luke having stared out the window the entire way, not paying attention to anything around him. Meanwhile, I'm conflicted. I don't know if I should apologize for changing his plans like that. But by the time we arrive at the mansion and I see his eyes light up in genuine interest, apologizing is the last thing on my mind. The whole affair with the Ermengarde mansion is certainly an interesting experience. The place had been renovated and restored by the owners to what they claim to be acceptable standards. The mansion itself looks like something befitting a fairy tale or a period piece. It's tastefully decorated and, with a little bit of love and attention, I'm sure it can be a place Luke and I can call home. And the number of other prospective buyers that have come from the powerful and wealthy Luxburg... Okay, let me reread that. And the number of other prospective buyers that have come from the powerful and wealthy of Luxborn certainly did not disappoint, marking this estate as prime property. The Lees are amongst the group who went with the Rose Woman, and I saw a few other notable faces, though I didn't really feel like mingling. Unfortunately for every one of them, the Wrights are interested in buying. Wheel and woe. What's been bugging my mind, however, is that Isabel. Oh, we finally get to see Isabel from the front face. What is her problem? I still don't quite understand what's happening. One moment she's scrambling to give us the paperwork to finalize the sale. Then she's panicking over some sort of prank letter or another.
Dear me, is Isabella alright?
It's apparent with the way she shakes and by the pallor of her skin, something has really shaken her up.
Isabella, do you need me to call that ambulance?
I'm worried, but it'll be best if she's attended to by someone more familiar to her, like her partner. But even then, the girl refuses Rose's offered drink and looks just about ready to make a run for it.
No, I'm just feeling a bit out of it. Excuse me, I'll be back. I just need to catch my breath.
And she does so, just as I predicted, and her partner follows like a concerned mother. There's an awkward air among us as we are left in the wake of whatever that was. Alright, so what's going on in this moment here is that Isabella pretty much showed, well not showed, quote unquote, but Luke, Marianne, and Hannah saw the help me letter, and Isabella is panicking right now. The others murmur and gossip with each other, speaking of the poor, daft girl and telling the tale to whoever was not audience to the act in the first place. It doesn't take too long for the woman, Rose, to return and pull us aside into the study for what I rightfully assume is damage control. Rose invites Marianne in too, hoping to apologize to her as well. Who is that man in the background? Why does he look like Leon S. Kennedy? but the woman refuses, saying she's not one of her clients anyway. That leaves myself, Rose, and Luke, the last all too eager to make himself comfortable in a study he's no doubt already claimed as his own.
I can't apologize enough about what just happened. Please forgive Isabella. She's been under a lot of pressure lately. She's young, and all those rumors about this being haunted just got to her head. And it must be this terrible heat, too. Not a drop of rain for days now.
Are you sure it is wise to just let her go like that? Where is the poor dear? She might get hurt.
She's more likely to hurt somebody else, given what just happened.
I told her to sit down and take a break. Already rang someone to pick her up, too.
That might be for the best, dear. But please, we're here to talk about the mansion, yes? Why, I absolutely adore it. Don't you, Luke? Some of the rooms will certainly have to be repurposed. We want to change the appliances and have Marianne lead on the decor, but the whole thing is just lovely.
It's interesting how, Hannah's... So, obviously here, you know, they have Marianne's name as two different things, Mary Ann. However, you can see here, by the spelling of her name, it's Marianne. It's one whole thing. I don't know whether or not that's, like, meant to be on purpose, or if that's just how, like, the English, I guess, like, you know, say her name. But it is an interesting quirk.
I guess. It's certainly a lot roomier than our penthouse.
Exactly. Lots of space for guests, parties, a lot of room for little ones to run around too.
Oh yeah, she definitely wants kids. I actually wouldn't be surprised if that's why she wants this house, is because she's thinking about the future. She wants kids. I mean, granted, you know, I don't know how big of a penthouse is, but I can imagine that, like, you know, if you want to eventually have a family, you know, you want to get a house for a lot of children.
Let's not discuss that right now, Buttercup. Anyway, I do think it would be a shame to let this mansion slip past us.
But you haven't even finished touring the house.
Well, we like what we've seen.
I'm making her job easier for her, am I not? No need for loans or long price negotiations. We can just sign a contract and close the deal. Really, you think the woman will be more happy about an easy sale? I know how these estate agents worked, how long they had to wait, and how much they had to spend even just for a single sale. Why, she should be jumping for joy by now. I'm sure the commission on this mansion is nothing to sneeze at, even if she has to split it with the Isabel girl.
Do you think we could have horses here?
It's a fucking big-ass mansion, dude.
Yes, those do sound nice, love. Anyway, if anyone else is interested in buying this property, I assure you that I'm able and willing to give a better offer.
A vineyard would be nice. Or maybe,
And we do reward our people quite generously, Rose. So, if I were you, I would start on that paperwork.
Helicopter pad.
I pause, and there's a small moment of complete silence where Rose and I just stare incredulously at Luke. It's an unspoken understanding, a rule between the two of us that we have to put on an act. With our social standing, where image matters, it is also important to avoid making enemies. And to follow this rule is an easy feat for me. From youth, I've been the well-trained social butterfly, gracious and graceful. Luke, on the other hand...
Oh, wait, what, Luke? No, what? Whatever would we need a helipad for?
Well, he likes to play the fool sometimes, even if he is anything but. As he throws me a wry smile, I shake my head and beckon Rose over. This is to be our home, and there is nothing she or anyone else can do to change my mind. Aside from the ghosts. This is a place that speaks of power and importance and, at the same time, of safety and comfort. Perhaps we can even have our family here. There is definitely no better gift than this for our special date. Why, everything here is absolutely wonderful. What the fuck?! Well, except for this ugly painting in the study. Where was this?! It looks like a bad fake of an Edvard Munch painting.
Here's the deal. I'm willing to pay 10% higher than your listing price.
Shit.
If anyone tries to outbid us, just add another 5%.
You know they're fucking rich.
I doubt anyone can, of course. Or, you know what? Just add 15% to the listing price, and we can sign all the paperwork now.
I guess, if that's what you want. That won't be any trouble. I don't have all the papers now. Didn't think this would be a quick sell. I'll have copies sent to you so you can look over them. And if you'd still like to finish the rest of the tour with Isabella's group, you're more than welcome to.
No, I think we're good here. We'd appreciate a private tour of the place a lot more, I think.
All right. Should I let Marianne in, then?
Marianne? Oh, right! She's been waiting outside the study this whole time, hasn't she? I'll need to have a little chat with her to move this little mansion project forward.
Please do.
Here she is. So, I really hope this woman's a lesbian now that I know for a fact that, that LGBT plus representation is in this game. Because I want to be gay, goddammit! There's a look of apprehension when the other woman enters the study. Yet, like a professional, I see the moment when she steels herself and masks her worry. Admirable.
We have this project then?
Of course. Will you be needing anything from us?
Having the floor plans would be a great start, just so that I can look at them beforehand. And if you could tell me when you're available for a meeting so that I can include it in my calendar?
Okay. I don't know whether or not it's just me, but why... Oh, that's interesting. Look at her name tag. It's even spelled Marianne. Why is it like that? I wonder if that's gonna come into play later. But anyway, I have no fucking clue. Like, why does Marianne's voice actor just sound different from others? Like, is her mic not as good? Because, again, her quality just doesn't sound as great as the others, like the fidelity.
Oh, is a meeting really all that necessary, Marianne? I guess we can send Johans to help you out. You two can start by getting rid of this ugly painting.
A hush falls upon the room at my request.
What painting?
And lo and behold, the painting is gone. Oh, okay. In its place, a mirror stands, which leaves me to look at my own confused expression.
Odd. Well, no matter. Back to the topic at hand. Marianne, dear, we are simply far too busy to meet up.
Or perhaps maybe I should free up my schedule or question the need for a meeting. Let me read the backlog real quick. Let's see. Having the floor plans, and if you could tell me when you're available for a meeting. Is a meeting all that necessary? Okay. I mean, I think I can understand why there would need to be a meeting. I think a lot, because, okay, I don't know what being an interior designer entails, but I'd imagine it's so that, you know, it's to design the inside of a house to make it look, you know, great and good, but also fit the style. So I'm assuming that the reason why Marianne wants us to be in a meeting is so that, you know, whatever design that she picks out, we can approve of it, and if we don't, she can pick another one. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the purpose of a meeting. And all that. I mean, to be honest, if I was rich enough to hire an interior designer for my future house, I would definitely hire one, because I don't know the first fucking thing about having a good looking house. So, fuck it, I'll free up my schedule.
But I guess we can free up a day to meet with you.
Yay!
I don't really need another Maudlin Monday reading about Maury anyway. The book club can function without me for one day. What time shall we be seeing each other? How does lunch sound?
Besides, my house has a higher priority over book club. Why, we can hold the next meeting in this place. With the ghosts. Surely the beauty and grandeur of it all will inspire spirited and lively debates about whether modern-day writers can match up to the classics. I might as well clear up the rest of my week to handle whatever affairs buying this mansion requires of me. Any social activity can be put off until the Ermengarde, or rather, the Wright Mansion's great debut. I'll have my fill of great parties and gatherings, especially when I organize them myself.
That sounds good. Although, with a project of this scope, we might need most of the day to tackle your concerns. A more thorough inspection of the place is also preferable.
Breakfast then. It's a date.
It's really not.
Oh! I see that blush. I see that blush. Oh my god, she is totally a lesbian.
All right. Monday. 10 o'clock sharp.
Please. Please, God, please.
We'll see you then.
Actually, Mary Ann suggested that we meet at 9, but who was even awake at that unholy hour? Fucking fair. I was lucky enough to wake up this morning before Luke went all the way to Cardiff. We say our goodbyes, shake hands, and make it clear without outright saying that we now own this house. Hey, Plush, you're just in time. Please check out the description. We now have a condensed list of all the content warnings that this game presents. And I already made it clear at the beginning of the stream how I will be handling, any future indications of unsightly content. So please check that out while you can. By the time we left the mansion grounds, sunset is almost upon us.
So, you really want to buy this place then? That's a bit of a big impulse buy, even coming from you. Not that I'm complaining.
What is that portrait? What is that portrait? That looks evil. I feel elation when I hear those words from him. It's not every day one is able to please someone like Luke. He gives away false flattery to sway those who starve for his attention and approval. But in the privacy of closed doors, he would often express his grievances. He neither censored himself in front of me, nor spared me from his criticism.
You have been saying the penthouse was getting a bit too small for you. Happy anniversary!
Oh. That time of the year already?
He forgot about it last year, too. I understand that he's a busy man, but...
Is that why you want to buy it?
Yes. You don't like it?
I do. But I remember you used to talk about how you want to live next to the beach.
Botany Bay, Kent. I remember the sea, water that stretched on for miles and miles, as far as the eyes can see. As a kid, I loved our beach trips, swimming all day as much as I could. I was a well-behaved child, and the only time I was ever truly difficult was when I refused to get out of the waters, even when my fingers had gone all wrinkly. And even when they managed to pull me out of the water, there was always sandcastles. The day before we married, I told Luke that I wanted a house on a beach and a dog. Oh God. And a kid or two. None of those came true 7 years later.
That was a childish dream. Living next to the beach is so impractical if you really think about it.
I don't know. It's not a bad thought to see you in a bathing suit every day.
Oh God.
Maybe another time, love. We still have forever, don't we?
He says nothing, only grabbing my hand and holding it tight, as we spend the rest of the ride home in silence. That was a nice little banter. I miss the sea. Sick and hovering over the loo at 3 in the morning, the picture I paint right now is hardly glamorous. Oh! Oh, she's pregnant. She is fucking pregnant. It's a little early for morning sickness, but okay. A horribly fishy taste is left in my mouth as I throw up what I had for dinner, and I hate the acrid stench that fills the lavatory. The burning sensation at the back of my throat is of no help whatsoever. I can feel another wave of nausea come up on me when the door opens.
Hannah, what are you doing so early out of bed?
Pregnancy.
I'm fine, love. I must have just eaten something bad.
That's all I managed to say before vomiting again into the porcelain throne. Lovely.
Just go back to bed, Luke. I'm going to clean up here.
I refuse to look at him. I don't want him to see me like this. The last time I've had a horrible morning retching into a toilet was during my college years, being the life of the party. Thoughtless and shameless, I had thrown away months to frivolous merriment and pointless hookups. I didn't even retain any of the connections I made from that time. Sure, they still know of me and I still know of them, and we still do business from time to time. But I've lost touch with anyone who I didn't see on a daily basis. I hardly have any of the friends I had when I was still Hannah Evans. Teachers, fellow university students, drinking buddies, and old conquests like Jack.
No, don't touch me, sweetie. It's disgusting.
Oh, come on. This is what a husband does.
I'm disgusting.
Oh. Luke says, okay, I'll reply to your thing in a moment, Plush. Luke sits down next to me on the toilet floor to hold my hair even as I cough up more fish. He wipes the vomit from the corner of my mouth and just stares.
Do I need to fire someone? I don't feel sick.
Aww.
Just feeling a bit under the weather, dear. It's been unbearably hot as of late, hasn't it? I do wish it would rain.
Are you sure it wasn't those sweets? I told you not to eat those sweets.
Maybe. Well, don't laugh.
Well, I can't help if you make that sort of face.
He starts chuckling, and soon enough he's in a fit of laughter. This scene happening next to a loo filled with sick just makes the whole thing bizarre, and it nearly makes me start giggling as well. I try to stifle it, though, as I smack him on the shoulder.
I'm not making a face, Luke. Stop laughing. Shut up.
When he would not stop laughing, I let myself go as laughter bubbles from my own throat, and I forget whatever ill feelings plagued me. We're just husband and wife, laughing together at a funny face. The little things in life. I let myself go because I know that these moments will not last forever. But if I just know the terrible things that are to come for us, I would have wished with everything I have then and there that the laughter stayed. October 26th. Wait, 26th?
Come on now.
Shit, we're skipping ahead. Aw, that was... I honestly really like that. That was sweet. But yeah, that is definitely what a married couple should do. It's like, listen, if your partner is throwing up in the toilet, fucking comfort them. Pull their hair back so they don't get it in their hair. Like, that was really sweet. But anyway, now I can reply to your message. Yeah, I thought, oh god, math was one of the worst subjects for me ever. So I feel for you there. Alright. Here we go. Happy anniversary. During the open house, Hannah pressured the estate agents to sell her the mansion. The Wrights also met their interior designer. During the ride home, Hannah revealed that the mansion is her anniversary gift for Luke. Things seemed to be looking good until Hannah suddenly fell ill later that night. Dude, I honestly think she's pregnant. Like, you don't start throwing up at 3 in the morning after dinner and your husband's not feeling the same thing. The place is bustling with movers, carrying furnishings here and there, along with several trunks of personal belongings taken from our penthouse. Luke watches them like a hawk, making sure nothing is handled carelessly or gets stolen.
Careful now. I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings. Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
Jesus.
Luke, do the dishwashers go into the kitchen or the butler's pantry?
Pantry, Buttercup. Careful, that's Emma. No, you there, put that down. You do not manhandle a Napoleon Abueva.
I can see the exasperation, and I have to send the foreman an apologetic glance. Even Johans rolls his eyes as he goes by. Considering Luke is always like this during a project, Johans and I have gotten used to it. Poor Marianne, on the other hand, looks a bit stressed at seeing this gigantic mess before quickly going back to work. Everything just has to be perfect, exactly the way he wants it. One little thing out of place, one little thing that didn't fit the image he clearly constructed in his head, and Luke gets bent out of shape.
Sweetie, why don't we go and sort your suits upstairs? Let your Hans and Marianne and the foreman deal with the rest of the work.
We have this, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, please do go before a blood vessel bursts. Bloodstains are so troublesome to clean.
Taking him by the hand, I lead him upstairs into our bedroom. That's a nice bedroom. Look at the... Okay, alright, I am jealous. Look at that fucking threshold to the balcony. That is amazing. I want that in my life. This place has been arranged first so that we can get some rest, no matter what state the rest of the mansion is in. I'm definitely glad I can just lie down on a soft, comfy bed after what has been a busy morning. Watching Luke act like his life depended on getting this move done is tiring all on its own. And to think I have a whole day of this ahead of me. I feel the bed dip beside me as Luke sits down with a sigh.
Well, I can't wait for this to be over.
I don't know. It's fun seeing you all fired up. Here at home and not at work, you know.
I'm getting an uncomfy feeling. Like, we're gonna be seeing some sexual content here in a moment. And I do not have a thing to censor it, so if we come across some nudity, we're probably not just I'm just gonna have to cut the game off, at least visually. We're still gonna keep going, don't get me wrong, but
You know I can't always be home, Hana. I have a company to run, unless you've forgotten.
I haven't forgotten. You're the one who insists on being there to make sure each and every little thing is under control. I just really miss you sometimes, and I wish you were at home more often. Why, if you're not careful, I might go a bit loopy and I'll start bringing cats home. And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that follow you everywhere.
has she still not told him that she might be pregnant?
Oh, don't bluff. The things would shred up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats.
Yeah, that's true, she likes dogs.
True. Dogs are infinitely superior, of course.
Me, who owns both a dog and a cat.
But what about the wet dog smell? The mess? I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute.
Wow, he actually said mutt. I thought he was for sure go to a purebred.
If you think about it, a cat would be better.
We laugh. It's not always that we can just lie down and talk about these sorts of things. To joke around, as if we're teenagers again, with very little problem in the way of responsibilities and roles. To hear his genuine, honest-to-goodness laughter is a rarity. This is just the second time as of late. And I can only see it as signs of good things to come.
All good points. I guess we could just have kids.
Oh!
That is, if you prefer dealing with soiled nappies and sick as opposed to dead birds, mice, and litter boxes. I've already told Marianne about turning the second bedroom into a children's room.
I guess sometimes I don't know when I'm crossing a line. I didn't say that I'm a good comedian, did I?
Not this again.
What? I wasn't being serious.
It's not something you take the piss out of. Having a kid is a big responsibility, Hana. We've talked about this, haven't we? I'm not ready to be a parent. I'd probably end up killing the little brat by the week's end.
Jesus! Listen, I can understand not ready to be I can understand, like, not being ready to be a parent. Like, I completely get that, but you didn't have to go that far. Like, listen, not everyone is prepared to be a parent. What should I say? You'll be a great father or apologize for bringing it up. The thing is, though, right, is that we have his alcoholism to account for. And I don't know whether or not he has been trying to keep that in check. And obviously, speaking from experience, you know, alcohol does not make a good parent. But it's also like, you know, I don't want to apologize for bringing it up. It's like... I'm gonna reassure him.
Kylie likes you well enough.
Kylie? Yay! Good. The mention of our little goddaughter places a conflicted look on his face. Oh, so we are in a way parents. Sometimes it's cute when he denies having a soft spot for the little girl. Oh my god, that sounds like hell for me. But then sometimes it's sad, and it makes me wonder what happened to make him think so poorly of himself in this regard. Yeah, I'm not saying, like, here's the thing. I'm not saying that, like, you can't drink ever when you're a parent. I'm just saying that, like, obviously, yeah, I'm just saying that, obviously, if you're the kind of parent who drinks pretty much, like, frequently to the point of drunkenness, it's just, it's not a good thing. It's not a good idea. Again, this is coming from someone whose parents were both alcoholics and had several relapses in her life. One was neglectful and the other was angry.
Yes, well, it's Kylie. The tyke likes everybody and, on the off chance she doesn't, likes them well enough as long as they buy her sweets. And sure, that kid is great, but if I get tired of her, I can ship her back to her father at the end of the day. Having kids of our own will be a whole different monster entirely.
I have never heard him talk about his father in anything but a business context. I recall Damien Wright kept hearing about him from my own father even before I met Luke. The business world praised him for running a tight ship, all until one mistake led to a great loss for the enterprise. It's fine, Plush. I mean, listen, it's like, I'm just saying that, like, you know, again, I'm just speaking from my own experiences, and I can definitely tell you that alcohol does not make a good parent and all that. You know, so, again, just speaking from my own experiences, and who knows, and sometimes, you know, having a child is the great catalyst for getting someone sober to be a good parent to their child. It was then that news of Luke Wright, Prodigy's son and successor to the old man, started to show up, and he aided in its recovery and growth up until the Great Recession. Oh god, 2008. I'm getting a bit off track. Regardless, I have never heard him talk about his father like one would talk about family.
I think you'll be a great father.
There's a smile, no matter how half-hearted it may be. I do really think that. He might not be a good, honest man. A part of me knows that, though I try to silence it. But I know Luke well enough that he will be a better father than either Damien Wright or Henry Evans. I love my father, but he never had the time.
If it is any consolation, I think you'd be a decent mother.
What do you mean, decent? On the other hand, I have never heard of his mother. A silence settles, both comfortable and uncomfortable. There's familiarity in each other's company despite the awkwardness that had transpired. Defenses and masks down, without anybody else looking, we are both together and alone in this quiet. Yeah. Yeah, addiction is hard. Addiction sucks. for both the people who are the addicts and the people around them. But a crash from downstairs startles us both out of our reverie. Luke lets out a heavy sigh before coming up to his feet and straightening his jacket.
I'll have to attend to that then.
Be good, darling. And watch out for your blood pressure.
He gives me a kiss on the cheek before leaving, while I lay there in a daze. Alone, as per usual. Alright. Oh, that's so cute! The Wright couple moved to their newly bought mansion today and was already preparing for a housewarming party. During a short break, the couple had a brief discussion about children. Luke didn't sound too welcoming of the idea. Oh, that's so cute. I really should be used to it by now. I can feel the minutes tick by with me just lying there, feeling miserable and full of self-pity. I have rolled over to lie on my stomach at this point, with my face buried into the pillows, when there's a knock at the door. Grumbling at them to go away doesn't work as a voice comes from the other side.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
Wait, is that today? Oh yes. People had caught wind of our new mansion at the very moment we left the open house. Luke had boasted he could acquire the property in no time, and allowed a photo shoot for an interior design magazine to be scheduled today. Well, there were complications, and it took longer than it usually does for us.
In a minute, Hansi.
Hansi!
Johannes.
Johannes.
Could at least make it through the end.
Tell them I'll be right down, Hansi.
The mansion grounds has been one of the first things to be fixed up, aside from the bedroom. Although it's still a work in progress, it had a promising start, and I can already see the flower patches. Luke's favorite daffodils stand out easily, having been transplanted from the roofs that used to litter the rooftop of our penthouse. Why, if the moving crew thought that Luke was being hard on them, they clearly didn't see the landscaper on his way out. The man looked like he was ready to faint, and Luke seemed ready to kill him by the end of their discussion. Some bomb-ass chicken and waffles. I don't think I've ever had chicken and waffles. Not to mention, I don't like the texture of waffles, so I don't really eat them. Oh, Zach! Wait a minute. Oh, no! 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 This is what happened! No! Oh, no! Oh, this is not good. Oh, we might be in for some racial slurs here, ladies and gentlemen. It is in the gardens that I see him standing near the flowers in quiet admiration. He's hard to miss, the hulk of a man that clearly did not belong, and the big backpack and suitcase he has with him makes him look much larger. It's a peculiar sight, seeing someone who looks like he does handling little delicate things with such care. He looks up from the gardens and does a double take before a friendly face replaces his serene expression.
Miss Wright, yeah? Hi, Zachary Steele here from Luxury Living, ma'am.
Oh god, Plush, I don't know if you were here, but, Luke, you know, the husband of Hannah, dropped a racial slur when he saw Zach.
Hope you weren't waiting too long. But it looks like you're still moving in, huh?
So I'm a little afraid.
Thought for a second there my calendar was wrong and I came here too early.
You look familiar. Have we met?
I have a very wide social circle, so everyone looks familiar at one point or another. But one would think I'd remember someone who stands out like him. The struggle to recall must have been evident on my face as he quickly and kindly answers my question.
Oh, I was with Isabella, your estate agent, when she had the house blessed.
Oh yes, that's right. Small world, isn't it?
Should have known you were Miss Wright.
The one and only. Welcome, welcome to Maison de Right. And yes, we've been in the process of moving in as we were delayed, but it won't be a problem. They're just adding a few things here and there, and you should still be able to do your work. Where's the rest of your crew then, Mr. Steele?
Zach is fine, please. Mr. Steele makes me feel like I'm a mascot for a cleaning product.
Oh my god, it does.
Anyway, I'll be your one-man crew for today. Don't worry, been doing this gig for a while now.
You must be quite the veteran to handle this on your own. We've had a full crew coming into our penthouse the last time we were covered in your magazine.
Veteran? Oh, your words are too kind, Miss Wright.
Hana! If I get to call you Zach, you have my permission to call me Hana.
Alrighty then. Anyway, I'm no veteran, but I know my camera well enough to make sure this is a good shoot. You can trust me on that, Miss Wright. Hana.
Aww. Monsieur le photographes. Achievement. Zachary proves quickly enough that I can, in fact, trust him. His skills with the camera and experience in this industry, at the very least. He is kind and courteous, listening and following as I lead him around the house. A really nice fellow, and he treats our household staff well whenever we cross paths with them. I answer his questions to the best of my ability, and he is patient enough to answer mine whenever I get curious enough. For one, I ask what the bags are for. They're quite the magician's toolkit. From inside, he had procured several items to embellish the interior with. Bowls of fruit, lemons, trays with peppermills, stacks of cookbooks, cutting boards, and glass canisters filled with colorful nuts and grains are brought in for a kitchen setting. For the bathroom, there are white towels, seashells, and decorative soaps. There are other things as well, too numerous to count, all in that large backpack and suitcase.
Tricks of the trade. Softens up a room, makes a place feel more homey, and fills it up with texture. But you guys probably have better stuff I can use for this.
No lights. Don't tell me all of these are just props.
Well, I've got my tripod here. For things like these, natural light is best. I'll just have to set the shutter speed to a real slow setting, and as long as nobody steps into the shot, it'll look great.
Are we gonna get ghosts in the photos?
Oh, it better.
We go through the rooms, one at a time, although we first tackle the ones that the movers have no business in anymore. Oh my god, this is the ballroom? Christ, I want this! The ballroom needs little preparation with its grand design. Although there is some trouble at first with the wide open space and the pictures being backlit. It is in the kitchen that Zachary's props come in handy, considering how Johannes kept the place so neat and sterile. One can practically eat off the floor. We carry on, touring the house and taking pictures where we can, with exception to the rooms which have yet to gain any purpose or design. Too bad I can't take a sneak peek at his photos yet. Funnily enough, he's using a traditional camera. I didn't even know film still existed. With the way he speaks, however, I can see that he knows enough about his craft that I'm not too worried about botched photographs. I imagine photography must be cathartic for him, judging by how at ease he looks while taking pictures. There are small snippets of conversation in between the clicking of the camera. He even goes far as to talk about these terminologies like shutter speed and aperture when I ask about the technical aspects. I can't quite see the picture as it is made, much like when I watch artists paint on their canvas. But just watching someone passionately practicing their craft such as this is exciting in its own way. Going through the many rooms has been quite the exercise for the both of us. Despite that, he has been so nice, and I find myself putting on my best smile. But it is as we're taking pictures in the foyer that everything comes to a standstill for a moment. Just a moment. And, had I not been paying attention, I wouldn't have even noticed. It is merely a split second when Zachary's rhythm is put to a halt. Oh! His finger doesn't move to release the shutter. Yet he also doesn't pull the camera away from his face, gaze still firmly fixed through the viewfinder. His hands shake and there's a light sheen of sweat on his forehead.
Zachary?
No response.
Zach, is something the matter?
Oh, does she not notice? Lowering his camera, he blinks and stares at something behind me before shaking his head. Oh my god, she didn't notice. That's creepy. Turning around, though, I see nothing that could have gotten his attention.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all. Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
I struggle to respond this time. There's a sudden weight on my back and an indescribable tightness around my throat. Everything stops. And everything starts again as I manage to choke out.
If you're sure.
I don't know what just happened. It was probably just a dizzy spell. I'm fine. And he said he's fine. We continue at the same pace as before, although there's an unspoken agreement that we will not talk about what happened.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just freelance mostly, for magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't really call it a full-time job. It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least, not all the time.
What is it that you want to do then?
Maybe I've been out of line, sticking my nose into other people's business, but I can't help but ask. I regret doing so, as I see his shoulders slump, and the easygoing air he has fades away. He looks torn over whether he wants to talk about it or not.
Films. Documentaries, mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
What thing?
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
Blue Fonzie. Okay, that's how you pronounce it.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Very funny.
So, Grand Director, do you want to tell me what Blue Fonzie is all about?
He hesitates. But when I refuse to budge on the matter, he gives in and spills it all out. Oh, fuck you. Listen, I can understand French to an extent, alright? Bleu Foncé, oh boy. Le hier la plus sombre des noirs britanniques. Britanniques? Dark blue, the darkest hours of the Black British. He speaks with passion of one who has gone through the very matter he is concerned with. There is conviction, knowledge, and experience in his speech. Why, I would have told him that he's an amazing speaker if only I wasn't so engrossed listening. Prejudice and discrimination, in schools and in the workplace. Lesser chances for opportunity and higher chances of being treated like a criminal. He spoke of blacks, and people of color in general, still being treated like second-class citizens. All because of the color of their skin. It's all just positively riveting. And sad. It comes to a point wherein he soon loses steam. He looks abashed, realizing what he had just done.
Sorry, I just got so carried away and...
It's fine. It is really so fascinating to watch people talk about their passion after all. You should see how your eyes light up when you speak so fiercely. You do have very beautiful eyes.
Uh-huh. Thanks, I guess.
I want to say that I understand where he's coming from. But I really don't, do I? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and I've lived a charmed life. It hasn't been perfect, but the difficulties I've been through pales in comparison to what others experience on a daily basis. Wow, she's actually checking her privilege? I certainly don't know how I would have fared were it any different. Would I still have met Luke and would he still have loved me if I was any lesser?
What was your home like? These things you talk about, it sounds like you've... Well, I don't mean to pry, I mean.
Live with my older sister and my grandparents. We had a shop selling all sorts of things below our flat. And well, I was one of the few non-white, non-British students in class.
Oof.
I didn't get pushed around or anything straight up. Even then, I was one of the biggest kids around. But a pencil and notebook would go missing, you know?
And you would get accused. Oh, that I knew. Children can be so cruel at times. Of course, it may be a slightly different story when you have personal guards, and the stolen items is not a pencil, but an expensive heirloom.
So what about you? How you liking your new house? It's pretty impressive.
It's nice, I suppose.
You suppose? Not big enough?
What? No, oh, don't be a bully. It's just that...
I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
I was a little girl, all dolled up and treated like fragile porcelain, with nursemaids waiting to me hand and foot. All the material possessions anyone could ever want, I could ask for on a whim, and it would be handed to me just like that. But I barely saw my parents. Just goodbye kisses in the morning before they went off to who knows where they needed to next. I saw them more often on the telly or in the papers than I ever did in person.
I remember my old house. It was a lot like this one. Big walls and big halls, but nobody in it. Not really. It makes you think how alone you are.
A pensive mood overcomes us. And there's a moment where neither of us are sure of how to go on from there. Things have gotten a bit too personal, yet it isn't wholly uncomfortable, like as if we've been friends before.
Well, that's normal, ain't it? You just moved here. You'll make home out of it yet.
He certainly makes it easy to believe that. My childhood house is indeed a lot like this one. Just as large and extravagant. And just as empty. I hope he's right.
So, Monsieur le Photographe, you've covered the one and only Ermengarde mansion. What's next on the agenda?
The interview?
Boring. It's an interior design and housing magazine.
And they want to know what Miss Wright has to say about her interior design and house.
Honor Wright thinks she bought a magnificent house that she can certainly brag about. Blah, blah. Boring. You know what they should print more of? I watched an interesting documentary the other day. Le Foncé, The Darkest Hours of the Black British. I recommend you watch it. Those are the things that people should know about.
I really like Hannah. Like, yeah, she's a rich girl, but it does seem like, you know, she's not like the other rich people, you know? Like, she actually seems aware of her privilege. Like, she's, you know, and they're doing a really good job in, like, you know, making you feel for her, because she is a woman who didn't really grow up with her parents around, and because of that, she kind of craves that you know, attention emotionally, you know?
What do they care if I use a purple or green bowl of fruit in my kitchen?
Not to mention she finds these kinds of things utterly ridiculous, which I find too.
People, right?
Oui. People are shite. What do you think? Do I look good with this angle?
I strike a pose while he's being busy, looking taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting me to just go and say such a crass word. But he recovers quickly, and after snapping a few shots, he grins.
Yeah, vous êtes belle.
Vous êtes belle.
You want copies of these ones?
Yes, please. So, the big boy knows French. You must have wooed a few ladies. Unless you're into gents. Either way, French is, after all, the language of romance.
Oh, I don't know about quoting fancy poetry.
I did like that little bit of inclusion. That's sweet.
But I've made lunch for a girl before, and they did like that fancy French cuisine.
Can you cook bouillabaisse?
Bouillabaisse? Okay, that's how you pronounce it.
I could cook just about anything as long as I know the recipe.
C'est magnifique.
It has been too long since I've had a nice and proper chat with a good friend. No, Lee is certainly not a good friend. And although we've just met, Zachary is the sort who can probably befriend anyone. He's just a comfortable person to be around with. A bit too comfortable. The photo shoot went by in a breeze. And somewhere along the way, as we talk and laugh, I find myself getting a bit too close without realizing. He'll give me this strange look until I back off, and he'll go back to asking questions after I agree to do his little interview. And it's just odd. Well, no. Me being friendly isn't that odd. That's how I am. Zachary is the one that's being odd. Why, anyone else would be absolutely welcome the extra attention I give them. Oh, wait a minute, would absolutely welcome, sorry. He, on the other hand, looks almost flustered about it. He should be used to different personalities by now, having to deal with various people when he works. And if not, he needs to start. Perhaps nobody has shown him attention of this kind, but he's a big boy. He should be able to handle me. All it is a friendly touch here, a pretty smile there, and gentle swaying of the hips as I move around. Zachary grew and grew more red every time he noticed. Oh my god. Oh. Listen, I think it's more of the flirt. I think he's taking it as flirting, and I don't think he's exactly comfortable with it. Am I being mean as I find enjoyment in seeing him unravel? Perhaps. This went on during the interview and beyond that. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing, right? Zachary and I are just having a playful, friendly chat while enjoying the outside view. At least, that's how I see it.
I'm sorry, but I'm really getting distracted. Could you maybe stop doing that?
Oh, stop. I'm not sure if I want to, though. I think he's taken it as you flirting with him. And I don't think he's exactly comfortable with that. Because, it does seem like, she's in love with Luke, and she's happily married, and I'm pretty sure she is the kind of woman, who is very secure in her marriage, and still flirts with, how should I put this? She seems like the kind of woman who just playfully flirts with people, but that's just how she is, She's secure in her marriage. But I think Zach is basically not comfortable with this, considering that he knows that she's married, and I don't think and considering that her husband literally called him the N-word, a few days prior to this, he might not be comfortable with a married white woman flirting with him, so I'm gonna save, and I'm just gonna stop it,
I'll stop if it makes you uncomfortable, sweetie.
Yes! Good. Yeah. We'll end it there. I don't want to make him uncomfortable.
Sorry.
It's alright!
No, I should be the one apologizing. Why, you're a shy one, aren't you, big guy?
It's not that, but...
Yeah, of course, it's because she's married, and he's taken it as her flirting with him despite that, and she does not want to be a homewrecker. Yeah, don't worry, I made her stop. Believe me, I was like, I'm not gonna let her, make him uncomfy. He gestures to the ring on my finger, and lets the fact of the matter hang heavily between us. Being told implicitly that I'm too forward is not a common occurrence. I think I'm more stunned at the fact that he pointed it out, rather than, well, being rejected. Not that anything is going to happen between us in the first place. It was just going to be some harmless flirting, right? This was how my mom was when she was alive, when I was a child. She would flirt with men, in front of my dad and me and my brother. And granted, yeah, my dad knew that, that she wasn't gonna cheat on him or anything like that. He trusted her. But it is still rather uncomfortable. It can be harmless, but it's just, it's not great to do that to someone you barely met,
So, you've never had a girlfriend?
No. No boyfriend either. Just in case you were gonna ask for that one next.
And you haven't even had your first kiss?
Not a one, ma'am.
Aw, it's okay. I haven't had it either.
Do you want to have your first kiss today?
Hannah! I can't help it. I really, really can't. And I'm going to apologize lots later. Surely by the catty smile on my face, it's obvious that I'm just pulling his leg. The laugh I fail to contain certainly gives it away if it still isn't obvious. But still, he lights up in embarrassment, stammering and sputtering objections. Oh my god,
You're married, and this will be extremely unprofessional.
Oh, I feel so bad for him.
I never said I would kiss you, silly. Oh, Johans!
Oh shit.
No, what? No.
Oh.
Don't call your butler. She's Hannah.
Hannah!
That would be for the better. I don't think his husband would appreciate it if I made him kiss another man.
He's married and he's gay?!
I do not think you can hear us from here either.
The gays are just having a feast tonight.
But it is hard to think you're not taken, Zachary.
Yeah, honestly, he's a good man.
Why, whoever becomes your girlfriend will be so lucky to have you. You can cook and take wonderful photographs. Wonderful meals and wonderful memories.
I can play guitar too.
You can? Oh my. Wonderful serenades as well then. Perhaps I can find a young lady who deserves a fine, strapping young gentleman like yourself.
Let's not get carried away. Besides, I gotta be going. It's getting late and I got someplace else to be.
A shame. I will be expecting you again soon, I hope. For a copy of my photographs, yes?
Of course. I'll even deliver them personally. Just, you know, don't try to make me kiss your butler when I drop by.
Oh. Yeah, he does seem like a good guy to date. I wonder, can we set him up in this game? I will set him up with someone, alright? Alright, he fucking deserves it. As fate would have it, the very moment the words leave his mouth, Johannes comes out of the house. Judging by the slight raise of his brows, he has heard only the tail end of the sentence.
There shall be no kissing of any butlers under this roof. Danke.
He's German.
But you are not under a roof, are you, Hansi?
To my amusement, he takes a step back, safely placing him within the threshold of the foyer and under the roof of the house. And, just as ever, he is quick to return with a sardonic reply.
I am now. As I was saying, madam, it's about time for supper. Will I be needing to set an extra place at the table?
Oh, what? No, I was just leaving, actually.
I don't think her husband would appreciate that.
So, you have a good night, Hannah. And you too, Hansi.
It was nice to meet you, Zach, honey. You have a safe trip.
He nods and the grin on his face... Wait a minute. He nods and the grin on his face as we say our goodbyes is the sweetest that I have ever seen. I linger, looking out for him with his relatively tiny bicycle, backpack safely secured in the basket by the front, and suitcase hooked to the back. I watch as he went down the path back to Anselm Village, until he has nothing more than a blip on the horizon. I can't help the small smile on my face as I go inside for supper. Entering the dining hall causes me so much confusion. Here we go. Hannah met Zachary Steele, a freelance photographer from Luxury Living, an interior design magazine. Zachary was tasked to interview Hannah and to take pictures of the mansion and its new owners. What should have been a professional meeting ended up being friendly and perhaps too personal. Oobly. It's dark. For a moment I thought the electric work is not up to par. But that clearly isn't the case, as every other room is bright with artificial light. Finding the light switch is a monumental task, considering the size of my unfamiliarity with the room. To make matters worse, the darkness grants the room a different atmosphere, eerie and frightening. It takes longer than I thought to find the switch, something that will have to be rectified later on. My skin starts to prickle, and there is the distinct feeling of being watched. It unsettles me, and only spurs me on in my search. And when I do open the lights, there's a hiss.
I'll turn the lights down, woman.
Uh-oh. There, at the end of the hall, is my beloved husband with his face in one hand and a glass in the other. Perhaps I can let it go if it's only one glass of wine. I don't know. That sounded like he was drunk. I think we're probably going to need a pocket knife right now. However, I can feel myself go livid after seeing the toxic green liquid gleam mockingly at me.
Luke, what? Are you drinking absinthe?
Oh shit, that is a hardcore alcoholic drink.
You know what the doctor said. Absinthe, Luke. Are you actively trying to kill yourself? Because if you are, we can just hit you with a bloody car.
Honeybee, buttercup, not too loud, please. Besides, it's Lelouch, not too strong. Just hair of the dog that bit me. Helps with a hangover, dearest.
You don't need more alcohol to help you with a hangover, Luke.
You drank? When?
This morning, love. Don't be mad. I just needed a few drinks, having to deal with those simpletons. And maybe I had one too much. You don't see me whinging about you leaving me to handle them on my own.
I had to attend the photo shoot and interview with Luxury Living. You know that.
Oh boy.
Let's not make this about me, Luke. This is about you and your drinking problem and...
Oh, I don't know, Hannah, darling. What if my drinking problem, as you like to call it, is linked to you?
Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. You don't get to do that.
If we think about it that way, this discussion is about you.
You're the one who's choosing the drink, asshole.
That was pretty mean of you, leaving me alone to do all the work like that. You can't use the interview as an excuse either, honey. I was informed the moment your little interview was done. So, what was it then, What were you doing?
I was having a nice chat with somebody. What's it gonna be? Should I tell the truth or tell a little lie? Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, this is not good. Oh, shit. I don't know whether or not it's good to tell the truth or if it's good to... like, obviously you should never lie to your partner, but... he's... you know, but I don't trust this. I don't trust this. Like, the fact that he's getting a little bit mad, right? And he's drinking. I don't know about this. Like, it's like obvious. It's like I honestly want to tell the truth, but I'm afraid that might lead into some unsettling territory where it's like he might accuse us of cheating on him with someone, you know? But it's also like, is it really good to lie in this situation? Because it's like he might find out that we weren't telling the truth later, you know? Oh boy. I'm gonna tell the truth.
I was talking with Zachary, the photographer for Luxury Living.
Oh, that put me down a little bit. I have no reason to tell lies. It's not like I'm guilty of anything. But, as Luke's expression turns, he makes me feel like I actually am to blame for something. Uh-oh. He has a way of making me laid bare with just a look. That had really struck me when we first met years ago.
That giant Negro? You were having a secret meeting behind my back and it was with him?
What are you implying?
I'm implying nothing. I'm just worried. You know better than to trust those media types, Buttercup. He must have been really friendly to occupy your time like that. But all he's looking for is his next big headline.
He's a photographer for an interior design magazine.
Doesn't matter. You let one little thing slip, one wrong move, and it'll blow up in the telly in the morning. He'll go to his journalist friends to gossip and make a quick quid.
His eyes were the first thing I noticed about him. They're bloodshot, aren't they? They were like nature, the grass and the trees, wonderful and breathtaking. Now, as I look at him, they're nothing but the same shade of green as the bloody damn drink in his hand.
He was a perfect gentleman, Luke. I can't say the same for you as of recent.
Excuse me again? We're talking about you, Hannah.
No. I am pretty sure we were talking about you and your drinking problem, Luke, right?
Uh-oh. Hangover forgotten during the course of this little spat, the man jumps to his feet and seethes. It looks like he is barely stopping himself from throwing the nearest thing he can find.
Oh, it is not a problem. I can stop whenever I want.
Oh my god, that is common rhetoric.
And even if it was, I think you can very well stay out of it, as it only affects my own kidneys or liver or whatever the bloody hell that shite pollutes.
It affects me, you asshole! It affects your wife, who is possibly pregnant with your fucking child!
Whatever aftermath that occurs because of your little chit-chat with the Negro affects the both of us, however.
You are so close to having your voice lines removed.
Look, Luke. Nothing will happen. You have to relax. It was just a friendly chat.
Well, now I think I'm getting jealous.
Oh my god.
Or I would be if it weren't for this damn headache.
Maybe you should drink more.
Maybe.
Fuck this guy, man. Fuck this guy. Supper is spent in silence with nothing but the occasional sound of silverware. A grand feast has been served. Well, grander than usual anyway, most likely due to Luke's complaints of stress. A platter of native oysters for starters, and trance? A turbot with purple sprouting broccoli, lemon, capers, and anchovy sauce for mains. To finish it all off, black tea and golden syrup sponge pudding with custard. But when our appetites are appeased and the plates are cleared away, Luke stands, kisses me goodnight, and leaves me to stare at my half-empty cup. Lonely in the lull of night, I sit, in a house too big and too empty, foreign and unwelcoming. Even with its warm tone and homely decor, it feels cold. There's no need for tears, however. I know I can get through this like every other obstacle I have faced before. This is a minor setback in what I hope will be a long and happy life. To remind myself that this place is for Luke and for our future children fills me with a renewed vigor. Besides, it looks like someone is having a cry already. The wailing is far away and muffled. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, that is a good point. I just don't know what, though. Like, I mean, if it's Hannah, I don't really see why it can be Hannah, because it's like, it seems like she's trying to be a good wife and all that. And obviously, and obviously, it's like, it's not her fault that he's drinking. Like, it's like, no, at the end of the day, it's his choice to drink. She's not driving him to do shit, you know? But I don't know what can be wrong with him. I mean, I guess it could just be, like, stress. Because people do drink to relieve themselves of stress, but I do kind of wonder if it's possible that, like, there's something else there. What if Luke knows? Knows about what? The pregnancy? I don't see how he can know about the pregnancy if even we haven't mentioned it. Yet at the same time, it shakes me to my very core as I hear it. As if the suffering is just standing right beside me. Hearing it sends a chill down my spine and makes my skin prickle with goosebumps. Who is that? Oh shit. Curiosity sinks in as I follow the sorrowful sound into the kitchen. Maybe a what? Okay. During supper, Hannah found Luke drinking absinthe, and this caused an argument. While Hannah was angered by her husband's drinking problem, Luke was suspicious of his wife's activities, having not seen her the whole afternoon despite finishing Luxury Living's interview early. Then there was this crying woman. And into the wine cellar hatch. Oh, fuck.
Hello? Is anybody down there?
I'm curious and concerned, but there's no way I'm going down into a dark and human underground. I'm not as enthusiastic as Luke, who considers himself quite the connoisseur. I guess? But it seems weird that if he knows he's not ready for a kid, he would have taken her to the doctor, where they can, confirm whether or not she's pregnant. I don't know. Yeah, I guess, I will admit that in these kinds of games, it's usually the abusive, not the abusive, it's usually the husband that tends to get, like, a lot of the paranormal shit happening around him. So I am kind of worried that at some point he may get possessed by the ghosts and do some really, really horrible shit, you know? However, I also can't bring myself to go to bed with this racket going on. If it's one of the household help, they will surely need some talking. After all, this wouldn't be the first time I've gone and found one of the maids sobbing their eyes out over one thing or another. As professional as our staff are, they're still human. More often than not, it was either Johannes or I who'd calm them down, who'd help them figure out how to go on about things. Unfortunately, I'm not in high spirits right now, so I'm not as wholly benevolent. So I will... Oh, shit. Open the hatch or call them out? Well, curiosity is what killed the cat! I may not be going down, but there's no point in talking through closed doors. Or hatches in this case. The thing refuses to budge at first until there's a soft click and it easily swings free. As I lift up the hatch and look down into the cellar, a sense of uneasiness washes over me. Oh, fuck this. Oh, no! You know something's gonna pop up in the darkness! It isn't just the sudden onset of vertigo and nausea, but also the darkness. It's suffocating. And as I look down, it feels as if it's looking back at me. I worry that something will suddenly pull me into the deep. I can hear her whispering. Calling for me. She wants me. Needs me. She wants to drown me, pull me down, and suffocate me in her embrace until I sink to the bottom. A deep abyss waits, inviting yet foreboding. She's calling to me from in there, isn't she? And I do want to help, I do. But the shadows threaten to creep out and a feeling of apprehension keeps me in place. Already, it paints the room in a darker light. There's a lurching sensation, and the feeling that follows after is hard to explain. It feels like I'm watching myself from the sidelines, a spectator to my actions or lack thereof. I will myself to snap out of this detached feeling, to move, to do anything except stare at myself. And, for a moment, I see the look of fear of my own face. I'm back in my body, but the hook in my stomach is no longer the only one. There are hooks everywhere, tearing and pulling at my skin, flesh and bones. They pull at me in every direction and it hurts. It hurts so much, but I just can't bring myself to scream out.
Help me.
Is that it? Oh! I saw QuickTime events and I was like, oh shit. I think the only reason why these are so slow is because I'm on easy mode. Thank fuck for that. I wake from a deep slumber. It takes a while with the fog that has settled in my head and with my heavy limbs. But soon enough, I manage to look around. I'm in our bedroom already, although I don't recall going here. Luke slumbers beside me, looking peaceful and angelic. It doesn't matter. I'm safe, and I feel better than ever. Tomorrow, better days will come. October 28th. Alright, I think we might take a little bit of a break. We're 2.5 hours into this. So, I will save. Well, actually... Oh, fuck it, I'll save it. Alright, so I think we'll take a small break. Real quick. So... Let me just pull up some music here. Nah, I don't know what music to play. There it is. Luke won't die specifically because he knows. I guess? I don't know. But yeah, we're 2.5 hours into this. So yeah, I think we should just take a quick break. You know, get some snacks, get some drinks, go to the bathroom, whatever. So yeah. It's alright, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Just currently eating right now. Okay. Alright, I'm good. Sorry about that. You know, something I forgot to mention in the beginning was that, so, when I talked about how I trimmed 10 seconds out of the last stream due to the aforementioned usage of the N-word, what I didn't talk about was the fact that, I went back, because I like to do that, and I got a dislike. Someone actually disliked it. And I don't know whether or not it was because, like, it was just because it was a random dislike, or if someone didn't like that I edited out, like, 10 seconds of a slur being used. I hope it's the former, because if it's the latter, then boy, do I have something to say. Oh, excuse me. Because if it's the latter... Here's the thing. I don't give a shit if people dislike my streams. Like, I've been on the internet for God knows how long. Probably feels like 20 years at this point. But I've been on the internet for over 10 years at this point. I know that not everyone is going to like me or the stuff that I produce. It's fine. It's normal. And I know that, you know, you're entitled to your opinion as to whether or not, you know, my quality is good, if it sucks, if it's, you know, whatever. I get that. And of course, you know, you're allowed to dislike my streams because I do something wrong or I say something bad or whatever. That's your right. However, if my streams get a dislike because I edit out a few seconds worth of a slur's existence, is that really worth it? Like, I'm sorry, but it's like, I feel like, is that really fucking worth it? Like, you're gonna waste a dislike on that? Like, listen, I didn't know what else to do, and granted, I can say that, yeah, 10 seconds of the N-word being on screen probably wasn't worth it to cut out. Again, I don't know what the right call is there. I mean, I'm not an editor of any kind. Like, I had to, like, it's not like I downloaded the stream, edited out those 10 seconds, and then uploaded it back onto YouTube. No, I had to use YouTube's editor to do that, which was difficult, by the way, because, it's so weird. But I still did it. And yes, I get that the N-word is in some ways not a slur. However, considering the context behind it, it was a white man calling a black man the N-word And it wasn't with the casual way either. It was with the hard R. I didn't know what to do other than try my best to find a way to mitigate that. Was it an overreaction? Probably. But again, I'm just doing what I think is best with the limited resources I've got. But it's just weird that someone would dislike that. Because honestly, what does a slur do other than just be there for shock value? And to potentially cause people harm. It's not like I cut anything out that was important, like, to the story or the gameplay or anything. It was just 10 seconds worth of a word that is harmful to people of color. But all I'm gonna say is that, like, listen, if you're gonna, like, listen, you're allowed to like or dislike a stream because of it, but it's like, if that's your reason behind disliking it, that's a shit reason. I'm sorry. Like, it's such a worthless reason to dislike it. Like, I'd rather be too PC than just let anything and everything fly, you know? And how should I put this? God, it feels like a YouTuber apology. It feels like a YouTuber apology when they get called out for doing something racist years ago. Like, I'm not gonna say, like, I also made a claim in that last stream that I'm not racist, or I'm trying not to be, and I kind of just want to give a little bit of clarity on that, is that, like, I hope I'm not being racist. I mean, again, I don't know all the ins and outs, and I don't think I ever will. But it's like, I still want to try, you know, like, pretty much it's like, criticism I get for that, I'll listen to it and try my best to implement better ways in the future. Because again, I know I'm bound to make mistakes, you know? And it's interesting how, like, the internet today, nowadays, has really cultivated this whole image of, like, you have to be perfect in every way possible, otherwise you'll get canceled, and it's like... And it's so harmful in a way, because... God forbid, it's because it's like, if you do something wrong out of ignorance, you're gonna get dragged to hell and back, and it's so reductive. I mean, if someone says or does something that is out of a place of ignorance, then yes, it should be our place to educate them and all that. But again, that doesn't mean they should be dragged to hell for it. It's like, again, like, no one is going to know every last bit of knowledge on something. Like, it's just impossible. Like, holy shit, like, even as someone of the LGBT plus community, I don't know all the ins and outs of the community, you know? I don't know what's harmful, what's not. You know, a lot, like, sometimes. But of course, it does leave me with that fear of, like, if I ask about this, am I going to get a genuine response of, oh, this is actually how it is, or am I going to get, dragged through the mud and be called all sorts of horrid shit? And it's just It's like, that's not a... The internet just does not like people who learn from their mistakes and grow from them, it feels like. Like, I can support a person's character growth and all that, because the thing about us humans is that we are going to make mistakes. We're going to make mistakes. It's an expectation. And we should be allowed the chance to grow and develop. Like, I can certainly tell you that I am not the same person I was 5 years ago. Because I've learned things. I have gone through life more. And while there's some things that haven't changed, there's some that have. And again, that's just a natural process of going through life. You know? Now, granted, here's the thing, though. Like, obviously, like, I talk about how the internet doesn't allow you to grow and all that. Because a lot of the times, it's like, if you grow, like, if you're someone who just gets lucky enough to strike it big, you know, whether it be on anything, you're going to have the people who are going to look at you and be like, I don't like you. And instead of just staying at that, just that I don't like you, they'll go into your past, dig through, like, a lot of stuff from years ago, and pull up those things as if you're still the same person you were back then. Like, that's a problem. I mean, obviously, it's like, I know that there are some people who have made the same mistakes 5 years ago and continue to make the same mistakes now. And at that point, I'm like, okay, that is suspicious. I mean, obviously there's a difference, you know? There's a difference between people who committed a mistake but have learned and grown from it, and then people who have made that mistake and continue to make the mistake and all of that. And I don't know where the hell this is coming from all of a sudden. Like, I know it stemmed from me talking about my own, like, thing, but now it just kind of led into a whole talk about internet culture. And I guess in a way it could be considered cancel culture, although cancel culture doesn't fucking exist. It's actually kind of interesting how it's like, I legit believed it existed a few years ago, but seeing as how mostly everyone who has been canceled from a few years ago still thrive today, has led me to believe since last year that it doesn't fucking exist. It doesn't do anything, it just gives them publicity. Like, I think that's all that, like, because it's like a lot of the times when you see, like X is over party or rip X or something like that on trending on Twitter, it's like, of course they will have, like, you know, they will have, like, legitimate reasons that are behind the person's, like, you know, cancellation, so to speak. Whether, you know, because of racism that they've continued to perpetuate, or homophobia, transphobia, etc., and all of that. But most of the time, it just feels like it doesn't stick. Like, yeah, they'll lose a little bit of, like, let's just talk about YouTubers, an example. I'm not going to bring any specific ones, but it's, like, it's very interesting how, like, well, not interesting, it's pretty much predicted at this point that, like, any big-name YouTuber who is outed for perpetuating a lot of shit, even now, can still come back and not just face the consequences of their actions. It's like, yeah, that seems about expected. And people wonder why like, these people wonder, like, why we're so just tired of people's antics. You know? Because a lot of the times, these big-ass YouTubers don't face the consequences of their actions. They think they're above them. And all that. Like, yeah, you may not have broken any laws, but that doesn't mean you're morally in the right. Like, I will admit, it's because of the internet that I am, like, in a way scared of, that I don't ever want to be big. I don't want to be big. I don't want to be, like, a big name person, and for a number of reasons. I just want to stay in my lane, create the content that I want to create, and just stick to myself. And I have a right entitled to that. Like, I like my privacy. I want my privacy. Like, whatever I share on the internet, it should only be because I have given consent, I have consented to it, and I'm the one giving it. I like my privacy. But and it's because of that I don't want to become big, because when you become famous in some regard, all of a sudden the internet thinks that you're not entitled to your privacy anymore. And they will dig and dig and dig, even doing some illegal acts like doxing and all that. And, for example, Corpse Husband, like, was it a couple weeks ago that, now, I don't know if this has been proven to be true or not, but, Corpse Husband got, had allegedly gotten doxed and had his, face reveal leaked. And the thing is about Corpse Husband is that he is a YouTuber, or a musician, who very much likes to remain anonymous. He likes to be faceless. And that is completely within his right. Like, he's entitled to have a degree of anonymity about him. And now I don't know how big he is. I do know he's pretty big. I think he's probably got 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I don't know. But anyway. But yeah, so a couple weeks or so ago, like, he supposedly got his face pictures leaked, and people were being generally very nasty, because the pictures that were leaked of Corpse Husband allegedly were of a heavier set man and all that. So people, of course, were being really fat phobic about it, and it's like, first off, who the fuck cares? It's like, oh no, you were caught simping for a fat man. Oh no, what an end of the world deal. Get the fuck over it. Get the fuck over it. Being skinny don't mean shit. First off. And secondly, like, people were just, like, being really nasty and all that. And it was also alleged that he had gotten doxxed, which is just wrong. And all that. And I remember tweeting about it, that's like, that I just felt bad for him, because as someone who also doesn't like to share her face for whatever reason, for any reason, it's like, I can definitely feel for him in that regard, if it was his face that got leaked. And of course to have people say these horrible things to yourself, like, about yourself to these people, and sharing these photos around, like, calling you a pig and all that. Like, that's awful. That's fucking awful. But I also remember tweeting that if the person whose pictures were being, shown around the internet weren't of Corpse Husband, then I felt bad for the man in those pictures, because that's still a person being degraded on because of his weight and his face and his appearance. Like, no, we're not gonna do that. Like, I actually remember, I first heard, like, I was taking a shower when the news dropped, so I didn't see it right away. I only found out about it via my friends and mutuals, and, the way that TweetDeck works is that you can see a convo that your mutuals are having with each other if you're not a part of it. And my friend and their fiance, who I follow on Twitter, were having a convo about this, and on one of the replies, I saw someone who none of us followed, pretty much just tweet out the person whose pictures were shown under them and say, like, who cares? Look at how fat he is and all that. You want to know what I fucking did to her? And I know it was a her thing. I reported her ass. And I blocked her. Because I don't have time for any of that bullshit. Like, you want to be fat phobic? Do it on your own fucking time. Don't do it. But least of all, don't do it on my friend's in my friend's conversation. Otherwise, I will report you. But anyway, but yeah, it's like, but anyway, going back to what I was talking about before, it's like, I don't want to be famous in any regard if it means my privacy gets taken away from me, but I also don't want people to dredge up, like, these old-ass tweets back from when I was a teenager, because here's the thing, my oldest Twitter, the Twitter that is currently in my description, you know, Pika Meow, I've had that Twitter for almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years in January of next year. I made that Twitter account in 2012. And of course, I said some of the stupidest fucking shit. Now, granted, I will say, I don't believe I've ever tweeted out any racial slurs or homophobia or transphobia and all that. I know that for a fact. But I've also said some really stupid shit back then. Because guess the fuck what? I was a teenager. Like, I was in middle school when I created that profile. And I don't want people going back through my earliest tweets and then dredging them up and say, look at how bad this person is, and call me all sorts of horrible shit because I said some things that I clearly don't agree with now. Hell, this is even the case with my fandom Twitter. I made that shit in 2016 and I said some stupid shit on there. The only reason it hasn't been discovered yet is because I keep that fandom Twitter under lock and key most of the time. And that's why I don't want to be famous. Because I don't want people going through a bunch of shit that I made back when I was a kid and thought I was being so cool for. And then dredging it up. Partly out of the cringiness that I was when I was a 14-year-old child. But also because I clearly don't agree with that person. Because you never know when someone will go through an archive of yours and then just completely ruin your life. Because of something that you said out of ignorance over a decade ago. Really? I did not hear about that. God, don't accept random ass friend requests. Please don't. That is dangerous. Like, seriously, only accept friend requests from people that you know about. Like, that's creepy. Yeah, please do not accept any friend requests on Discord. Only accept them from people you know about. It's just a matter of precaution. Man, I thank God every day that, like, my parents instilled in me the whole thing of don't accept anything from strangers online. Alright. Alright, we've been going for almost a half hour, so let's just get back into the game real quick. Let me just retweet this. It was a misinput. I know, I'm just saying. I'm surprised I still haven't gotten a I'm surprised I haven't gotten an answer back yet. The fuck? Why is it saying that way? Let me check. Okay, still haven't seen. That's fine. Alright. Let's get back into the game. No, I don't. I don't participate in those kinds of jokes. Alright. Take a quick sippy. Every time I say that, I feel like people think I'm drinking alcohol, and it's like, no, I don't. I've not had a drop of alcohol in my body at all in my life. All right, Luke is already gone by the time I rise. There isn't a single hide nor hair of him to be found, and trying to call him on his mobile is a bust, as it only goes straight to his voicemail. That's twice in a row he's gone on me. And for him to disappear today, of all days, is every bit upsetting because of what's to come. The morning is once again filled with a whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, I'm much more refreshed as I took a break from my responsibilities. I haven't the faintest clue where Luke was yesterday. Today is going to be a busy day, although, unlike Wednesday, the master of the house isn't here right now, absent once again from his duties. Hopefully he'll be back in time for the party. This is our house, after all. A grand housewarming party for the wonderful Wright mansion. Every person of importance from Luxbourne is invited, and there will be a few guests flying in as well. Of course, there will be some people from the media, along with friends and acquaintances who are made no less important, regardless of their status in society. Marianne and I discussed business and last-minute touches to the house before finalizing everything. Not that there's much change from our original plans. Bar any huge additions to the property itself, the mansion is nearly 100% complete.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
Oh, he better not be cheating. He better not be fucking cheating, otherwise I'm gonna be pissed.
Well, I can't take all of the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the right mansion.
The idea?
There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Luke and I had a small tiff about making the second bedroom into a child's playroom, which I insisted is completely practical. In the end, he had to acquiesce. I didn't give him any choice in the matter. I even bought this wonderful wooden crib from the antique store yesterday, including some toys. Just in case anyone brings their baby, of course. Besides, we have little need for actual guest rooms. We hardly have guests who spend the night. If we absolutely have to, we often choose to foot the bill for their visit on one of our hotels instead, always at Luke's own insistence. And on the off chance that we actually let someone stay, the bedroom in the opposite wing is still up to the task.
Oh no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
No, I did not agree to him having a helipad.
Alright then. Well, do we have any other concerns? Anything we need to put on our agenda before the party commences?
No, I don't think so. Not unless Luke has anything else to say.
Is he around then? It'd be best if we can note down his request right away, considering the scope of his usual ones.
Around? No. Where is he? Who knows where? I don't.
No, he's not around.
She didn't have to point out the obvious now, did she? After 7 long years, I'd already gotten used to him. I should be by now. Still not, apparently.
But don't you have a party?
I want nothing more than to complain, to whinge about how unfair this is. However, airing out one's dirty laundry is simply taboo among high society. Is that why no one goes to therapy? To do so will make you a right target for the next dinner party chit-chat. Vultures, a lot of them, really. Or most of them, at least. There are always good ones like Rochelle Lee. But put your trust in the wrong person and you'll find yourself eagerly picked apart.
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting, he's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
Perhaps I'm being a bit too rash, a bit too hot-headed, and divulging details. He's probably drowning himself. But I thought myself clever with the plan to dress it up as gossip. Marianne's raised brow makes me unsure whether she is interested or not. Although that does make things better if she has no interest and, therefore, has no hidden intent to utilize whatever I might say to her.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband. But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark. What do you think?
What do I think of the matter, ma'am?
No, what do you think of my hair? It feels so lifeless and dull today, and that's no good for a party. And I think I'm breaking out into zits.
Now that you mention it, there is something different.
There better not be something on my face.
I wouldn't worry about that. You do look a little paler than usual, ma'am. I apologize if I'm crossing any lines here, but have you been resting properly?
Huh. You'd think I get a bit tanned with how sunny it's been lately. Don't you worry. I feel right as rain and never better. But back to the matter at hand.
You were asking for my personal opinion on the matter, ma'am? Do you want me to be honest, or...
Do I want her to be honest? I mean... Gonna save. I'd say be honest. Yeah, this is physically painful.
Stay honest with me, Marianne. I don't need someone to sugarcoat it.
I did real talk achievement unlocked. Nice.
I'm not some fragile thing that I'm just going to break down at the slightest thing.
She hesitates, taking a sip of her coffee while I stare into my own cup of tea. The silence stretches on, and I almost believe that she will never answer my question. I suppose that I shouldn't blame her, putting her in a tight spot like this. Her hesitation is understandable, though I loathe to admit it. She simply wants this whole thing to stay professional. But then she speaks.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
It's my turn to hesitate now. I really didn't expect such a straightforward question. And to get to the heart of the matter, I suppose I'm not as clever as I'd like to think. Or is it really that bad that an outsider can see our little marital troubles? Surely we aren't that obvious, are we? We've put up the act of a perfect couple for years, although it hadn't always been an act. Marianne is just more keen than the average person, of course. It is a necessity to her career, and she's been working so closely with us. Yes, that's it.
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle. But, if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else. Someone who won't even give him the time of the day. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. That's just my 2 pence worth, of course.
So you're saying they should divorce?
Nothing as drastic as that. If they're afraid that it might lead to just that, then maybe that is what's meant to happen in the first place. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives. But it's just a short hiatus is all. Or, you know, couples therapy?
Yeah, this is like, yeah, like, if you're having trouble in your marriage, please speak to a couples therapist. Maybe they can help you.
Look, I'm really not the best person to ask about relationships. So grain of salt and all that.
She trails off, having said her piece, and leaves nothing but the smell of coffee and Earl Grey between us. There's a calm despite the nature of what has just been discussed. To say that her words make me start to think is an understatement. To say that I'm not considering her advice is a lie. And to say that this might just be the calm before the storm is a possibility. Others have had shorter marriages, yes, but plenty have celebrated long and happy ones as well. My own parents celebrated their choral anniversary before they passed away. But 7 years? 7 years isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. It isn't a whole lot of time to see what and where our relationship can bring us. And at the same time, 7 years... Well, it hasn't been entirely made up of unhappy years, has it? It won't last forever. It's not supposed to, anyway. I just dread the thought that it might last for a very long time. I dread the thought that these small spats, these little disagreements, will turn into an all-out resentment. Yeah, Marianne seems to be pretty on the nose here. The idea that we will grow to hate each other with every fiber of our being scares me. I can't even pinpoint the exact moment when our blissful union turns sour. We can get through this, right? God, I do feel for Hannah, because it's like, I don't doubt her love for Luke. I don't doubt it. And of course, she is trying to be a good wife to him. However, I can't say the same for Luke. I mean, I don't doubt his love for her either, but it does seem like he's not putting in as much effort as she is into making the relationship work. You know? I mean, there is a possibility that, you know, their marriage can get better from this, you know? Like, maybe they're just in a rough patch right now. But, you know, divorce is not this big, bad thing that is going to happen. It's like, yeah, you can get divorced, but you two will be maybe happier from it. You know? But that doesn't mean that your marriage to each other is invalid. Like, for some couples, divorce is the best option, so that you two don't grow to hate each other. You know, it's like, I feel like it's better for some couples, it's better to divorce and be happy living without each other than to stay together and be miserable. That's not what love is. I know that I still do love him, and I feel that there's still a part of him that loves me in return. We just need to get our heads together and talk it out. Yes, exactly. Like, that's a good... Yes! Yes! Like, sometimes you just need to sometimes you just need to have a good, honest discussion with your partner. Surely he will see some sense. There is a cough before Marianne clears her throat. Excuse me. I must have been quiet for so long, and I move to apologize when she stands up. We both end up on our feet, unsure on how to proceed. Some sort of odd, awkward shuffle occurs as we decide whether to sit back down or not.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
I'll try to stay and chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
We'll see. So, if I can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive. Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
The scene outside the parlor is a great organized mess. Damn, that's a good picture of her. Hannah and Marianne were seen discussing the mansion's finishing touches before the housewarming party. On a whim, Hannah asked for Marianne's opinion about a certain couple having marital problems. It leaves the former with something to think about after the latter excused herself from attending the party. Aside from our own household help, we hired the service of the temp agency which provides staff for Wright Enterprise in the hospitality sector. Even our very skilled staff can't undertake a party of this size on their own. Waiters, busboys, hostesses, and their staff captains move about in droves, carrying crockery and serveware good for several dozen people and then some. Chefs and bartenders tail after Johannes, looking like scared little children as he escorts them through the kitchen into the wine cellar. To peruse the stocks, to select what can be served at the party and what can be used for cooking.
Schnell! We have a lot to do, and I believe we did not hire snails. Snails are for the dishes.
A string quartet readies up to play for the evening, tuning their instruments as they fill the air with idle chatter. Floral decor where thousands fill vases, wreaths, and baskets, while petals are scattered along the driveway up front. An ice sculpture of a reindeer is brought in carefully by a pair. It is followed by a simple cake, just a 5-tier white chiffon one with white chocolate mousse, fresh berries, and a light dusting of edible gold leaf. But despite the fact that I told Marianne how I will attend to all of this, I find myself unable to focus or care for any of it. I still have our discussion running in my mind, and looking at all of this, I only see Luke everywhere. These are all the grand things that Luke wanted to have for the party. I had wanted a small, elegant, and simple gathering, with only a select few invited, namely the people who I would actually trust to enter my home. I didn't want any bloody politicians or paparazzi in here, no matter how used I am to catering them.
At least be here for your party. Damn it, Luke.
I have a feeling he's gonna crash it and be drunk as fuck. The entire thing screamed Luke Wright. And I can't help but add another question to my growing list of queries. When did I lose myself? It's always about him nowadays, isn't it? What about Hannah Wright? What about Hannah Evans? I used to be my own woman who made her own name, her own career, and her own decisions. Sure, I was already the social butterfly that I still am today, but it wasn't all empty, shallow gossip and sitting pretty. I was also lauded for my knowledge and talent. Finance manager wasn't just handed to me just because my father owned the company. I had insisted that I start at the bottom so I could work my way to the top and prove myself. And I did. I worked numbers, managed budgets, money and accounts, analyzing the competition and market trends. There was the calculation of financial risk, cost reduction opportunities, auditor liaison and public relations, supervision of the staff, and, well, I generally had a huge slew of responsibilities. Admittedly, I was already quite the attention seeker even back then, having dedicated most of my youth craving for my parents' approval. Oh god, a window? I don't know if he'd be so low class for that. Failing that, I turned to others, looked for praise from anyone who would give it, however fleeting it all was. And Luke, oh Luke, the way he looked at me, the way he watched me and took a genuine interest. He had me disgustingly obsessed since day one, hasn't he? He saw me for me, Hannah Evans, with both my faults and my achievements. The man didn't treat me like some damsel in distress or some prize to be won. I remember the nights before we were married, where we talked about everything and anything. From big things like business and society and philosophy, to little things such as what we had for breakfast or whether we like cats or dogs more. We both prefer dogs. Nowadays, I'm just Luke Wright's wife. It's mostly my fault, isn't it? They told me that husbands preferred wives who are docile and subordinate. Oh, Christ. Oh, boy. A woman who will always be there for him, yet would never outshine him in all aspects except beauty. A wife needs to be at home and attend to his needs, to have children, and to take care of them in his absence. They say I have no business working anymore after I was married. I can blame society, but I listened. Before I can fall further into this introspective pit of self-loathing, someone calls for my attention.
The guests have arrived, madam.
Oh.
And Luke?
Running a bit late, I'm afraid.
Late for his own party. That man, I swear. He's probably looking to make a dramatic entrance, knowing him. Open the doors, then. We mustn't hurry.
Oh, boy. Cars line up the driveway, peppering the front of the mansion with vehicles of every kind. Grand tours, supercars, even the odd high-end muscle car or two, convertibles, grand saloons, and other luxury cars can be seen, being parked by valets. A handful of cabs drive off, possibly for those who thought it's too troublesome to bring their own cars. There are at least 2 different media vans as well. They're all here for what may be considered the biggest event of the year for Luxborn. So far. Who knows who knows what we'll plan for the winter holidays.
Welcome everyone. Please make yourselves at home.
Some of the guests idle, enjoying the warm if not strange sunshine we are experiencing, before gloomy skies inevitably return. They greet acquaintances and friends with warm smiles, others less so. From where I stand, I can see the hierarchy of power, the ties that bind these individuals here whether through convenience or necessity. However, there are also few who are not here to further cement their current place in high society. Such as that young man with his oriental... Oh God, really? Such as that young man with his oriental air, ignorant of the looks he receives from women and men alike.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Man from the Orient. Or that rose-haired woman talking on her phone while she looks unsure of why she's here exactly.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
I see Zachary, the photographer, as well. He talks to a few of the other media crew with an air of familiarity.
I was just here a few days ago, yeah. And the inside is huge, but the staff are pretty helpful if you get lost.
And then there are people like the chief inspector. People who I can never be too sure about. People who stand on the border between being suspicious and being trustworthy.
Thank you for the invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see?
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee. The doctors again?
She told me she'll just be in the gardens. Bet she's lying and that she's somewhere around mingling, gossiping with the other ladies.
Yeah, Zach, my man!
No offense, that seems to be all you ladies do at these parties.
And aren't you gossiping right now?
Yes, well, what about Luke? Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
Please don't give her anxiety.
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing. Don't tell me, let me guess. He's finally drunken himself to death and not wanting a scandal. You've hidden his body.
Can you please stop?
I was wanting to give this housewarming gift to him personally, too. It's a plate that holds a wine glass so he can stop killing himself with liquid lunches. Looks like it's too late for that.
Nothing like that. Besides, this is a hardly polite conversation.
Oh, relax. I'm just trying to be cheeky to lighten the mood. It's not like I want Luke dead. The man doesn't serve dodgy plonk like the others when I visit, and he pays his respects well enough. I could use a glass of wine or 3, actually. Michelle's been in a horrid mood. Threw her stilettos at me the other day and almost took an eye out.
Wasn't she pregnant?
Not sure if this is how it usually goes, but I blame the pregnancy.
Well, guess what, dipshit? That's what pregnancy does. It drives your hormones all crazy.
I wouldn't know, would I?
Still no plans for a baby? Well, I guess that's for the best. If it's this bad now, I can't even imagine how bad it'll be when that little baby bump becomes huge.
Have I mentioned how I don't trust him no matter how hard I try to do so? At least he brought a gift, I suppose.
Why don't you just go inside and have some wine, Lee?
Think I will, thanks.
Greetings such as these carry on as the guests continue to trickle in. Whether we have short conversations or merely shake hands and nod heads, I make sure to attend and welcome each of them. As the first hour passes by, the rest of the stragglers and I adjourn to the ballroom. Any latecomers will have the attention of the porter instead. I have other duties to attend to now. Hosting parties is always the same old song and dance, no matter how big or small it is. You make sure your guests are well fed, have good company, and have them generally enjoy themselves. So when my opening remarks are done, when the band has started to play and the guests have started eating, I find myself wandering around aimlessly unless I am pulled aside. For a while I stay with a small group and entertain them before excusing myself. And when they're not anymore watching me, I end up watching them. When they don't listen, I do. A local banker is having trouble with his daughter. He wishes to marry her off, but she wants nothing more but to make music. One of our hotel managers worry about the stolen belongings of one of his patrons, a failing in security which should be brought up to higher authority soon. Our mayor, well, his cat died. Then there's that rose-haired woman once again. It's hard not to notice her with her distinctive locks. She also lacks the grace that the other ladies have, though that doesn't make her any less beautiful. Her stance and the air she exudes, instead, are strong, and they make her stand out despite her casual attire. Many men have already given her their attention, though each invitation to dance has been turned down. I approach, intrigued, although it's no great mystery what occupies her own attention, but the glances she keeps sending towards the boy with the oriental hair. What the fuck does that mean?! She remains unaware, though, even as I stand beside her, pretending that I'm there for a drink.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this, fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
The boy comes over, but I do nothing to speak any softer. He merely passes by, and it's a wonder he doesn't hear what I say.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend, then? Because that would explain those rejections.
In all my life, I've never seen a face grow red so fast. The shade of her hair did not help as well. This is the most pink I've seen on a person, really.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter, currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
I waver as I feel the burning of someone's stares. It is chilling, and though I'm used to enduring the gaze of others, this one makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Oh, shit. Oh, that's not creepy. My attention is pulled from the girl, and I see a woman staring. Dark-haired and dirty, she looks more like a beggar than a guest, and I have half the mind to call the security at her when her mouth breaks out into a grin. All I hear is her laughing, taunting. Her stare makes my blood run cold. She looks at me like I'm nothing but a pig to slaughter for her amusement. It makes my hand shake and I nearly drop my drink. But then in a blink she's gone, and the buzz of the party returns.
I'll keep that in mind, but are you alright?
Yes, sorry. I just thought I saw something strange. It must be the trick of the light. Anyway, on a right, as you must already know.
Rebecca Gales.
Gales.
The name is familiar, like a fond memory. Reunion? For what? I recall a kind lady, a private tutor who treated me like her own daughter when I was young. She'd even bring me food when there was no need to do so. Usually stovies, which I honestly hadn't been too keen about, though I ate them nonetheless because she brought them for me.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way. But yeah, that's me. Little Becky. We met once before.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses! And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
Oh my god, she's really been thirsty for him, huh?
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
The more I list off names, the more red and the more quiet Becky gets. She starts to look a bit miserable as her body language shows discomfort and stiffness. Perhaps I have triggered a horrid childhood memory. Surely I hadn't been mean when she visited with her mother. I don't quite remember all of it.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
And a tad bit sad.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it. But what do I know?
There's a grimace, although she starts to relax around my presence. How long has it been since we met as children? Certainly a long time. She was tiny back then, if I recall correctly.
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about. But have you told him how you feel? And it's been what? 20 years?
Jesus.
17, actually. But no, not yet. He can be a bit dense. I was hoping that maybe he'd notice on his own and...
Well, that won't do. What if you two become husband and wife? He's not to be dense when he's sworn himself to another person.
The only problem to this, though, is that he's smitten with Isabella.
Why, you might just as well consider leaving before the day's even begun.
If that happens, I'll have to give him a good ear bashing, won't I? Whoever anyone ends up with, it's not going to be a perfect relationship anyway. There's going to be things you'll love and things you'll hate about the other person. We're just humans. It's funny. Here I am, trying to give you advice when you did the very same thing back then.
Hell, it's advice she probably needs to hear, Rebecca.
I remember you giving me a makeover when we were still kids. And you were the first I told anyone about my crush.
I do remember now that she mentions it. Did I give her that yellow summer dress or the pink blouse and petticoat? She must have kept some of what I said in mind. It feels ridiculous remembering all of that years later, talking about boys and how they go crazy for pretty girls as if it's some gospel every woman should adhere to. It was so easy to say such things then, with me not knowing any better. Though, looking at her now, she must have kept some of what I said in mind. Perhaps I did say something good at that time, enough for her to take it to heart. But all that didn't matter in the moment as I mull over what she's just said in my head. What Becky told me is very different from what Marianne told me. There is no time to ponder over that, however, as a hush descends upon the once lively crowd. Oh, is this him? Is this Luke? The music of strings and the chatter slows to a grinding halt as the doors from the foyer open. The last of the latecomers should have arrived moments ago. And anyone else this late would simply be too embarrassed to show their face. So this can only be one person, or rather, one man. There is only one man who is audacious enough to arrive at his own party so late.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Unlike I, who was raised in the spotlight and simply grew used to its presence, he sought it out every chance he could, even when there was no spotlight that shone. And I'll never put it against him when he smiles like that. He did so quite brilliantly under the scrutiny when he channels his showmanship. You can tell by the way people's eyes light up as he speaks. How they listen, enraptured, even if all he's doing is a simple greeting. A little wave of his hands here, a little smile there, and a bit of swagger. I always tell him that if he is not to be a businessman, he'll do well as an entertainer. I love this side of him, especially when he looks at me, and he beckons me over to humbly share his place. Not a single second is wasted as I excuse myself from Becky's side and I make my way to Luke's.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness. So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
There was a round of applause, cheers, and even some hoots. Guests approached us left and right to shake Luke's hand and greet him personally, praises on their lips. It is because of this that I do not see her. I don't see her until she is dangerously close, with fury in her eyes, and she's already spitting venom. Uh-oh. Johannes restrains her, taking care to not to unnecessarily harm the pregnant woman? The Wright Mansion officially opened its doors with a grand housewarming feast. Zachary Steele, Ashton Frey, and Rebecca Gales were seen attending. However, what was supposed to be a day of merriment turned sour when Rochelle Lee, the chief inspector's wife, accused Luke Wright of fathering her unborn baby?! Excuse me?! But that does little to deter her rage, and the man has no choice but to let her go, lest an unborn child is hurt. Although it might be too late for that, as I see an empty glass of wine in her hand. She's pregnant and she's drinking? How much is she imbibed in?
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle? Perhaps you need to sit down and...
No! Shut it, you munter! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here!
Oh, she's Scottish.
You bloody bastard, standing there with your smarmy smile!
She interrupts me, jabbing her finger in my direction before she rounds on Luke. Even as whispers and murmurs break out among the guests, all I can focus on is the heat of the moment. Obviously intoxicated, judging by the smell of alcohol on her breath. I'm not ticked off about this little display of hers, at least not yet. But I am absolutely pissed by the fact that she'd endanger her own baby by drinking. There is a considerable amount of restraint and grace that I must exercise while I wait for her tantrum to subside. I keep a patient yet tight smile on my face. Luke's expression, on the other hand, is indecipherable.
Watch your tongue! You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
Why are you speaking to her like that?
I did.
And I told you with great emphasis not to. Now we have a drunk, hormonal, pregnant woman causing a stir. What is even going on?
I am just about to ask that exact same thing.
I don't know. But Rochelle, do calm down before you hurt yourself. I can't understand a word you're saying.
Where is that husband of yours? Lee! Collect your wife right now!
Don't you fucking talk like I'm not here and you're not responsible, you ass! You told me that I should wait for you in the gardens.
Excuse me. What is this nonsense you're going on about?
Crazy talk. That's all it is. Just completely and utterly mad.
Why are you getting mad all of a sudden, Luke?
Has anyone seen the Chief Inspector?
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What? What?
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours.
I thought we were friends!
Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
It is now that Johannes returns with security, along with a concerned-looking Officer Lee. They surround her and move to escort the hysterical woman. Judging by his pale face, he has heard the whole thing, and I feel nothing but pity for the man. Not that I believe Rochelle. Luke will never... He will never go so far as to sleep with another woman, right?
I'm so sorry for her behavior. She's been under a lot of stress. And the alcohol. Talking nonsense, that's all it is. You're not allowed to drink because of the baby, Shelley. What are you thinking?
Nothing to see here, people. Move along.
Is there really nothing here but the ramblings of a drunk? Of course they're nothing but ramblings of a drunk. She's just jealous. Jealous of this wonderful marriage, this happily ever after that I have with my prince.
Take that troll out of here immediately.
Uh-oh, catfight? Uh-oh.
And see to it that she isn't allowed here or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxbourne.
To be banned from anything with the right name on it is basically social suicide. We practically own half of Luxbourne, and there isn't a single establishment of repute that isn't under our patronage, one way or another. This is mercy. I can do much worse to her. At least this way she can just move out of the city and never ever return. I have stayed my hand in the face of her grievous fault, her bold-faced lies, and when she deserves so much more. I can take away her business, have her factory shut down. It is too easy to ruin her life until she is just nothing. And it is all so tempting. I can only see red. The tension is thick in the air, and the silence that embraces the room is nearly deafening. There are worried and almost fearful glances from some of the guests, yet at the same time I can still hear them whispering. But as long as they hold their tongues and don't interfere, none of those matter to me. Especially when my darling looks at me with a different shine in his eyes. It almost seems as if he's proud of what I've done, and that spurs me on more than anything.
Everyone, please. please go back to enjoying the party.
Dude, if he fucking cheated on her, I am going to be so mad. Cause it's like, no, we do not support cheating in this household.
Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
Man, I will admit, Hannah is being very, very, like, merciful right now. Like, this was someone that she considered her friend, who just basically insulted her and all that by pretty much implying that she's not going to be a good mother. And considering that we know Hannah wants to be a mom one day, that's gotta sting. So Hannah is being very fucking merciful right now.
You heard her. Strike of the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night.
It takes a bit for the crowd to stir again, in the face of all that. But like most problems of the elite, it is brushed under the rug and forgotten in favor of merriment. He offers his hands to me with a small smirk and a bow.
Well, that was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens. We are very important people, are we not?
Milady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure, my prince.
I swear to God, if he's cheating on her, I'm gonna be so pissed. No one is going to get in between me and my darling husband. Not Rochelle or any other rich, snooty scrubber. Not some common whore or an ambitious maid. No one is going to get near him in that manner, not while I'm around. And if I have anything to say about it, no one is going to get near him at all. October 29th. No, I do not. It's not even midnight yet for me. But if you want to go to bed, then you can go to bed. It's not like, I mean, you can watch the rest of the stream when you have more time. As far as I know, I'm going on for another couple hours. Maybe. Alright. Oh, damn it, that's cute. In the aftermath of Rochelle's accusations, an enraged Hannah banned her former friend from setting foot in any of their properties. Despite what happened, the commotion was brushed off and the party continued. Luke and Hannah were seen dancing sweetly together all night. The day after proved to be a difficult task. My darling prince is a man of many connections, a man of the people. He's always talking to one person or another. And I'm always left alone, unable to stay at his side at all times. It's frustrating, but I have to be understanding. Besides, I don't see why he can't just stay at home. The least I can do is to make sure I have his time while he's here, which in of itself isn't as easy as it sounds. Not with that bloody valet of his tailing him around.
Johans, where's my tie? I can't find it anywhere.
Aren't you wearing it?
Have you looked around your neck? It should be there if it's not on your clothes horse, sir.
It isn't often that I'm awake this early. At least early enough to find my darling preparing for the day with his valet attending to him. It's an old-fashioned way to go about the morning. He's able to dress himself after all. But he says that... Oh, hello. Sorry about that. But he says that it really makes the day easier for him to have someone else do this tedious task, albeit with a grimace. Though if that manservant of his dislikes the duty so much, I'll gladly do it in his stead.
I've got it, my prince. Come here.
Alright, see you next time.
Well, someone's up and at them especially early this morning, huh? Here I thought you'd be knackered by all the dancing we did last night at the party. And after that... well...
A saucy little wink and a smile is what he offers me as I draw close to fix his tie. And when the valet reaches out with his perfume, I quickly take it and shoo him aside. This close, his scent fills me with the smell of white flowers, cocoa, cardamom, and almonds. It's intoxicating. And the sight of the two of us in the vanity mirror is picturesque and perfect. Can I help it if I feel a bit resentful that another person gets to do this for Luke every morning when I could have done it myself? No, I can't.
You're dismissed, Shroken. I have this.
Shroken?
Go on then. You'll be summoned if you're needed.
There's a curious look, furrowed brows, before any sign that he cares is wiped from his expression.
Very well. If you need me, I'll be somewhere that isn't here.
You could have let the man do his job.
And I say there's no need for him. I can take care of you just fine, my prince. Just where are you off to this morning anyway?
I hate the thought of him leaving me. It feels like an eternity without him here, in this lonely place that doesn't feel like a home quite yet. Although, the mansion is really growing on me, slowly but surely. I want to be at his side, yet he fails to see such an obvious thing.
Business. Where else?
Why can't you just work from home? You can afford to, can't you?
She's acting very clingy, isn't she?
Business needs a firm hand and a personal touch, Buttercup. Besides, I can't stay cooped up forever in here. I'll go mad.
Well, you'll come back home as soon as possible, won't you? It's so awfully lonely here without you, my prince.
I could. I don't see why I should, though. This hasn't been a problem before. You know I'll come home when I come home.
Just get home as soon as you can. For me, won't you?
No promises. It's business after all. I can't just stand up in the middle of the meeting and tell them the wife wants me home.
Then forget those peasants.
He stops and stares, looking perturbed for a moment before shaking his head. Is he feeling ill? That's more reason for him to stay here with me, doesn't it? Hannah, you're acting very clingy all of a sudden. I'm just being a good wife, worrying about my husband and all.
Be good, dear, and stay safe. There's been all sorts of dodgy characters seen about the property. I'll be leaving Johans with you, just in case you need anything, and to be on the safe side, okay?
But I don't need a valet. I need you here with me.
I'll be closing a big deal with a pharmaceutical company soon, if things go according to plan. Maybe, after that, I can take a breather for a bit.
No maybes. You have to promise me.
I only need him.
I'm going to be late, Hannah. The longer this takes, the later I'll get home.
Fine. Shall I see you out?
If that's what you want.
At the front door, his valet waits, ready to accompany him for the rest of the day, when he's told to stay and attend to me. I still don't like it. It looks like he doesn't either. But I ignore him in favor of the one who really matters. I hold Luke's hand in mine and give him a deep kiss. It makes my heart flutter, as I see the way his eyes close during our moment of passion. Parting for air, I can only smile.
Have a good day, my prince.
Right. Off I go.
I still don't want him to leave. He should just stay. Forever.
If you could let go of my hand, please, Hannah.
It's just so hard to let go when I finally have him in my grasp. To watch him enter his car and leave pains me so. It leaves behind an aching, gaping hole like a hunger and a need. I'm not content until he returns.
If it fits you, breakfast is ready in the parlor, madam.
If anything, I'll be in a foul mood until he returns.
Leave and go practice your bloody sodomy elsewhere.
Whoa!
Peculiar.
When I turn around to hiss at him to leave, he's already gone, and that suits me just fine. I want to be alone, without anyone bothering me. I want to be alone with myself and my thoughts, with only these halls as company. These damned halls which will hold our memories, just he and I. There is no one else I need but my prince. Not some cheeky servant who's just living it up because he's Luke's right-hand man. Rubbish like him deserve nothing. Uh-oh, I think Hannah... Something tells me that Hannah is starting to let the ghosts get to her. Oh, whoops. He deserves to be thrown and locked in. Sorry, I accidentally pressed buttons and I have no idea what I just did. The attic. Uh-oh. Without realizing it, my feet have brought me in here. This empty, lifeless room disgusts me. The longer I stare at it, the harder it gets to breathe, as if the walls are moving in on me. Yet at the same time, it pulls me in. I hear a whispering, and curiosity gets the better of me as I look under the bed. There, on the far corner, a loose floorboard. The wood, despite having swelled and warped over the years, is strangely familiar, comforting in its feel. Though it's not merely what my hand searches for as I reach for it. It takes quite an effort, but soon I'm able to lift it. And inside, underneath the dust and cobwebs, lies a pendant, warm and familiar. Oh, that's definitely Asian markings. And I swear, if I just close my eyes, I can feel it beating in my palm. I feel a thrill, though I also feel like a thief for taking this. But it's mine. So without delay, I hide in our room. In front of the vanity, I see the ways my eyes shine as I remove the clasps of my old necklace and put on this new one. Hannah was being extra clingy to her husband and grew easily irritated whenever someone would go near him, including their butler. While wandering the mansion, she found an old locket hidden under the attic's bed. Ecstatic over her rare find, she immediately wore it, replacing the Evans heirloom she had always kept. Right where it belongs. It fits a lot better than the old one. I can feel it as it weighs on my chest.
Right where it belongs.
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Zachary. Oh, boy. Oh, Hannah, what happened? Alright, we're gonna keep going. This is a new character. Alright, Zachary. Zachary Steele. March 20th, Pisces, 31 years old, 6 foot, freelance photographer, American. He's agnostic. So he got a diploma in digital film. He likes pie, photography and filmography, documentaries, cooking, acoustic guitar, and video games. Okay. What does it say here for his profile? Before his parents' death, he lived in New Jersey where his family owned a diner and bakery. He and his older sister were orphaned due to a hate crime, and they were forced to move to England where their grandparents lived. He loved cooking and helping out with their old diner, but grew lazy and disinterested after the incident. It didn't help that he was one of the few blacks in a predominantly white community at the time. His passion for the visual arts was sparked when he found old Polaroids and home movies of his parents. Freelancing helped pay his rent, but the man had long set his sights on the indie film scene. It was during the creation of his first documentary that a robbery occurred, and Ashton was there to investigate. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Avast, why'd you just pop up? Sorry, Avast just popped up out of nowhere. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time led to Zachary being placed as a suspect, but the rookie detective helped him clear his name. Alright, let's continue on, shall we? Did not think we were going to get to another character so quick. The pleasant aroma hits me long before I cross the threshold. Faint, but light and warm. A reminder of what home is. Pa's stern but commending gaze. Ma's tender smiles. The sunlight filtering through the eaves in the morning. And the distinct smell of cinnamon and vanilla as it drifts through the air every time something cooks from the room. The room. Our room. Ma and Pa's pride and joy. My sister and I too, eventually. But we ain't allowed there. Not yet. Not until we're taller or older. Not until we've learned how to take care of ourselves and not burn our hands or reach the cupboards without having to be lifted.
But a little peek wouldn't hurt, yeah?
The floorboards are cold under my feet more than it usually is. The walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Farther and farther the room goes. Ma's singing ceases, and Pa...
No, please wait. I'll be good. I'll sleep on time. Don't go.
Oh. Oh, this is a dream. This was before his parents died. Oh. I can't hear Pa. Oh, God. Not above the rock is clanging and the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams, replacing the comforting soft melodies. There is only the blinding fear. When my foot slips, the red sea that catches me is bitter and frigid, but the blood that drips in my hand is warm, warm, warm. It ain't my blood. The walls tumble and everything goes quiet. It takes a few moments for everything to fall into place, for my eyes to adjust to the relative darkness of the room. Despite the pleasant chill the AC brings, my shirt is clinging tightly to me, and my blanket a tangled mess around my throat. Morning has not even arrived, and yet...
Way too early for this thing, man.
Oh... And too long. Too long since the last I've woken up drenched in my own sweat, head littered with thoughts that are gone as soon as my eyes open. All too often, only imprints and brief images are left to haunt me for the rest of the day, or until my mind forgets about it. Egad, whichever comes first. Yet vivid or not, what little I can remember doesn't matter. Regardless, the desperation sticks, clawing up, pushing, urging me to relive every moment, every sensation, and... Oh boy. Something tells me we might be getting into some racially motivated stuff. So please be careful. There's a twinkle in Ma's eyes when she looks up from her work, flour dusting her nose and cheeks. The scent of freshly baked bread wafts from the oven as soon as Pa opens it, and the homely fragrance of honey fills the room. He reaches up to wipe the small beads of sweat away from his forehead, before gesturing for me to come closer the moment he spots me on my little hiding place behind the door. I expected him to be angry, but his pat on my back when I come within his arm's reach is encouraging enough. We'll have to taste these first before we put it up for sale tomorrow. You up for it, little man? Is it good enough? A knock cuts through the air before I can answer. Sharp, heavy, demanding, familiar. So distantly familiar. Ma ushers me out the kitchen when Pa moves to answer it. But I know. Oh God. I know what waits outside. The taste of blood in my mouth sends an unpleasant churning in my gut. Ma's apron crinkles under my tight grip. Something snaps back into place. My bed remains in an utter disarray. The walls still need a new paint job, and the wall clock ticking opposite my bed is as unsettling as ever. Ash is right. I should have already replaced that when I had the chance.
You're no longer there, Zachary. Here and there, are miles apart.
Oh, he's got PTSD, huh? Okay.
Calm down. Breathe.
The pressure of my own fingers against my temple is a welcome sensation over the anxiety gripping me. It never really did anything to stave off the headache sure to follow after this before, but it grounds me. A little reminder that I'm safe, away from the place I once called home, from Ma and Pa's. The urgency with each rap that follows finally chases away the ghosts threatening to hang around. Why anyone thinks it's a good idea to knock at someone else's door this late confuses me. Nana would chase them all away with a broom if she was here. But no matter, it's a welcome break from the thoughts about to take a morbid turn if left festering. It's probably just Ash anyway, looking for a place to crash. Looking for a place to crash. Wonder of wonders why he's bothering with the courtesy when he never did so before. Even with that hunch, though, habit compels me to check who it is first through the peephole. Better safe than sorry, they say. Except the person that greets me on the other side ain't him. Unless his hair grew longer overnight and he started wearing a ponytail, of course, which I highly doubt will happen anytime soon, no matter how funny that looks in my head. I waste no time opening the latches.
Isabella.
I was gonna say, is it Isabella?
It's late.
A safe haven. There's something I can't quite pinpoint in her eyes when she looks up. Her face a pallid shade, shoulders tense, breathing heavy, and an uncontrollable shaking in her hands she's trying to hold back. Hide if I didn't know any better.
Hey, Zach. Sorry. I know it's weird for me to show up at this hour, but you were the closest to my office, and...
No. It's perfectly fine. I'm not really working on anything right now. Do you want to come in?
Is it alright? I know you should be sleeping at this hour, but I thought... I'm sorry, I just thought... I have no idea why I went here. My feet just moved on their own after I got out of the office, and...
Oh, is this taking place after Isabella got fucking... jumped by the ghost?
Sorry.
She trails off, her voice lost in the muggy night air. I wait for her to say more, but instead her only response is a downward shift of her gaze, back to her still trembling hands as if the motion alone is enough of an explanation. A minuscule gesture. Easy to miss if one is not paying attention. But for someone who has seen the same expression on the mirror, done the same thing too many times when night terrors are inevitable, it isn't.
Hey, don't worry about it. At least you not. Ash just barges in and crashes on the couch whenever he feels like it. I swear that guy is one fine hairline away from being a criminal. Besides, you already know you can count on me whenever.
Without waiting for her answer, I step away from the door and saunter over the kitchenette. For a few good seconds, only the clinking of the plates can be heard above the constant tick-tock. Late as it may be for a snack, the familiar motions keep me occupied, steering my mind away from dangerous, dangerous thoughts. Isabella's company is not unwelcome either. Whatever her reasons for showing up here at such an hour doesn't matter. I'll be damned if I just turn her away, frazzled as she is. The door clicks shut behind her when she finally enters, feet scuffling softly against the tiled floor. In all the years I've known her, she has never once lost her ever upbeat spirit. Yet in this particular moment, as she stands in my doorway, holding her arms close to herself, it's as if I'm looking at someone completely withdrawn from the person I've come to know all these years.
Do you want to drink or eat anything? I haven't restocked my food stash yet, so ingredients may be a bit limited. But I'm sure I can whip something up with what I have here.
Just water will do, please. Thanks, Zach.
What? No additional food requests? That's new. I'll put something together for you anyway. Hey, feel free to make yourself at home. You ain't exactly a new visitor here. Although my room's not at its most presentable right now. Sorry. New freelance gigs and such. Didn't have time to fix things up here lately.
It's okay. I don't mind.
Usually she'd have something more to say about that. A quip, a witty remark to provoke a laughter or two. Nothing from her this time. Only a weak smile before she takes a seat on the couch, and a silence that stretches out until what we left hanging feels disconcerting. Before everything turns stifling and awkward, I continue talking, if only to keep the dead air at bay. How's one supposed to keep a conversation going when the person you're talking to is like this?
Anyway, gigs. Can you believe this one client we got? Boss had all my scheduled shoots shifted after they caught wind of this couple buying a new property. Man, must be nice to have all the money in the world. The world itself moves for you, huh?
She's curled up on one side of the couch and hugging her knees close when I bring the tray carrying the sandwiches and the water she requested. She starts to straighten up as I'm unloading the contents, but pauses as soon as I hold up my hand in a halting gesture.
You're a guest. Didn't I say you're free to make yourself at home? Here's your water. Careful.
The tremor in her hands, though lighter now, still hasn't subsided when she reaches out for the glass. I give her a questioning look, but she's quick to avert her eyes, keeping herself occupied by taking small gulps of water. Or maybe she just doesn't want me asking questions. Worrying. The sun lost for words, this bout of quiet not normally present in our chats. Even the creaking of the old chair when I casually take the seat is a welcome break. Although the company's familiar, this has gone way past unnerving.
What happened? Overtime at work?
She doesn't answer immediately. Another gulp drains her glass of its remaining contents. One would think it would be enough to help her recover, yet she doesn't lose her taut grip on the glass as she cradles it on her lap. Her eyes take an unfocused gaze when she speaks again.
Yeah. Boss handed me extra work today. After what happened.
Yeah, this is definitely after, Isabella's, so we're further in the chronological timeline.
To Rose.
Rose? Why do I feel like you've mentioned her before? Sorry, I'm better with remembering faces than names.
She was my coworker. That will take some getting used to. I was just talking to her the other day.
Was? Did she resign or something? I think I'm missing a few details here, Bella.
You've never met her. I think I did mention her once, or twice. It doesn't matter. You probably heard her name recently from the news than me.
Something clicks then. A little memory from the night before. The bright red light from the dark room, the strong odor of the stop bath, the television's barely audible murmur in the background, and a glimpse of a bloody room. The news is everywhere, even in the morning that follows. I just didn't think its effects would strike someone this close to me.
Oh. Damn. I didn't mean to bring that up.
No, like I said, it'll take some getting used to, but it'll get better. I hope it will. Things might become a little busier for me, though. She left a lot of things unfinished, and I'm one of the few people in the office who knows how she works. Boss thinks the transition will be easier if I handle it.
That explains it. Well, just don't forget you still need rest. Even the most hard-working people I know don't keep hours as late as this. Hell, the subway stopped running hours ago. Crime rate might be lower here than most places, but that doesn't mean you can walk around freely in the middle of the night.
It's just for today.
Still a good thing you dropped by here first. I'm not just about to let you walk out here alone, especially not in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Who knows what else could happen? I'm not saying you should go right now, but I could accompany you home if you...
Yes, gentleman Zach.
No! Wait, please!
The vehement tension in her voice makes me pause, and it is in this instant the mask she's been keeping up falls apart, if only for a short while. Right then and there, I understood what's hiding behind her unfocused stare from the moment she arrived. Fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. It's disturbing to see such marring her usual upbeat countenance. With a sigh, I cross the small distance separating us and kneel in front of her. She doesn't flinch when I do so. However, the way she appears to make herself smaller against the couch is telling enough.
Bella, this ain't just about your coworker, is it? What is it really about? I'm all ears.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay, that was her. That scared me. The sound of glass shattering rents through the air as soon as her hold on it loosens. In the span of a few seconds, her breathing grows labored.
I don't know anymore.
She claps her hands over her ears, pressing it tightly against the sides of her head. Her voice grows weaker with each word, each plea coming out of her mouth.
Please don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone right now. I can't shake it off. Everywhere's not safe and...
All right, Isabella. Look at me.
My hands are firm on her shoulder when I pull her up to look at me. It takes every force of will to ignore the terror in her eyes in favor of taking control of the situation. Too close, too similar, all.
Breathe. You're safe here. Inhale, hold, exhale. Stay in the present.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh, that's actually really sweet.
I'm here. No one's gonna hurt you. Do you want to talk about it?
The force with which she shakes her head is enough reason to drop the topic altogether. God, why can't he be a love interest? I will certainly set these two up.
No more. Please. No more. I don't want to remember anymore.
Okay, no more talking. I won't ask anymore. Can I get you anything? Another glass of water? I think I have a tub of that pistachio ice cream you love so much. We're gonna have to clean this mess first. Will you be fine on your own for a little while?
She nods lightly before retreating into herself again. No more words are exchanged after that, and I take that as my cue to start cleaning the shards littering the floor before either one of us gets hurt. The quiet hum of the AC is a pleasant distraction as I go over the menial task. More so than her ragged draws of breath or my little feeble attempts to tell a quick story or two. But the latter does the trick. And soon enough she has already drifted off by the time I return with the promised glass of water, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, the strain on her shoulders gone. Frankly, I've never seen her this still. She mumbles something I don't quite catch when I carry her to the empty bed, and hugs herself tighter against the mess of blankets. In spite of the fact that she appears relaxed, the small frown on her face hasn't quite disappeared. Whatever happened to her won't be leaving her anytime soon. But for her sake, I hope it won't stay long with her. Because no matter what promises I've made, this is a kind of fear no person could shield her from. I should know. There are still questions left to be answered. But the late hour, coupled with the sudden exhaustion, made my old couch a more comfortable bed than it typically is. Darkness immediately welcomes me as soon as my head hits my makeshift pillow. October 25th, so yeah. God, she's short! A frightened Isabella Santos knocked at Zachary Steele's apartment in the middle of the night. Shaken, she refused to say what happened. Zachary let her stay regardless. Yeah, so this is like probably a couple hours after what happened. I can only wish the dreams will keep at a distance for now. For both of us. October 25th. The first few notes, while muffled, are enough to wake me. In the end, it became one of those nights when sleep passes like a blink and is plagued with vague, fuzzy thoughts. I lift a hand to rub away the drowsiness from my eyes, although it does little to relieve the gritty, burning sensation from my eyelids. Outside, the sun has yet to peek over the horizon, but night has already given way to the cool morning light, washing everything in subtle gray hues. At this hour, the entire city remains unstirring. Ordinarily, waking up before my own alarm means abusing the snooze button, twice or thrice just to catch those precious few extra minutes of sleep. But the persistent ringing makes it impossible now.
This better be good.
Groggily, I scramble for the bag sitting at the foot of the bed. The ringing still hasn't stopped, even as I fish the phone out, and Ashton's name flashes brightly on the screen when I turn it on. Must be pretty urgent if he hasn't dropped the call yet.
Took you long enough, Z-Man. Ashton is 6.
6 in the morning.
Sun hasn't even risen. Hell, my brain ain't even awake yet.
I feel it.
Stop calling me Z-Man. It's 20 past 6, Zach. You're one to talk. Give me back my 5 extra minutes, Ash. I want my sleep. Hey, don't make fun of me. I can be a more person too if I want to.
Is Bella still here?
What's this all really about? You don't usually make calls around this hour. Is the world ending today? Sorry about that. Becca rang me up a few minutes ago looking for Isabella. Said you didn't show up in her own apartment last night. We both tried calling, but her phone seems to be off. Do you have any idea where... I should have known you two would come looking for her first thing in the morning. Not a laughing matter, Zach. You can't really let your guard down with everything that's happened here recently. You've heard about the Cooper one from the news. Everyone in the precinct has been restless ever since the incident the other day. Yeah, I get what you mean. Listen, Ash, about Bella.
I let my voice trail off, unsure of how to go about recounting last night. If I should even say anything to him. He might be a close friend, but at the end of the day, whatever's bothering her ain't mine to speak of in the first place. On the bed, Isabella remains as still as when I transferred her the night before. Sometime during her sleep, she pulls up a blanket over herself and tucked into it comfortably. Like this, it's easy to forget the horror in her eyes, or how much her hands and lips trembled. Save for her firm grip on the edge of the covers, she appears nearly as normal as she would any other day. Almost.
I'm not really sure how to go about this while being... Zach, what about her?
Something, the worry, the concern, must have surfaced in my tone because his own shifts then. Carefully, as if he's preparing for the worst.
Look, you don't have to worry about her. She's with me right now. Since last night, in fact.
Oh, why didn't you just say so earlier?
She kinda knocked in the middle of the night. Couldn't possibly wake you two over that. And with how things are when she arrived, I thought it'd be best if I let her rest first. I just wasn't expecting people would be looking for her before the rooster even crows.
You could have at least called her something. Becca's beside herself with worry when she found out. You know how much she frets about the smallest stuff.
I know. I'm sorry. That was a lapse on my part. And I just didn't think... Okay, you know what? Rebecca's worries ain't completely baseless. Isabella hasn't been her usual self since the movie. Maybe even before that. I don't know if I should be opening my mouth about this, but Bella didn't outright say I shouldn't, so...
So something's wrong then?
I'm not quite sure, to be completely honest. I couldn't get the story out of her.
Really? I thought you'd learned something from me by now.
That's not it. Ash, when she appeared at my doorstep last night, she was shaking, and when I tried to ask her about it, she just panicked. Had this frightened look on her face. I'd be surprised if this was the first time I've seen it, but it ain't. Dude, the first time, she was screaming.
First time? When was this? You weren't talking about the thing in the movie house, are you? Because that was just us fooling around. Granted, I think I went overboard with the joke, but...
No, it happened the day after. When she invited us to lunch, you weren't there. We were walking one second, and then the next, she's crying out. I'll be straight with you. That scared me shitless.
It bothered him if the way he falls silent after is telling. I mean, I do like that, though. It's like, it really goes to show that, like, despite all the shit they give her, they do really care about her. And I wouldn't be surprised if after this they're starting to be like, maybe we shouldn't have, like, you know, fucked with her, you know what I mean? I mean, again, I understand that, like, you know, yeah, friends are gonna mess around with you and all that. And granted, I didn't particularly like how Becca and Ash weren't exactly accommodating of Isabella's like legit anxiety over this. But at the very least, it does seem like they're trying to be a little bit more, like, you know, concerned. Like, because it's like, even if they don't believe the supernatural is real, they should still at least realize that, like, to their friend it is. But whatever his opinion is stays absent from his voice when he speaks again. He's always been good with that, hiding what he thinks.
Did she say anything else?
Nothing. Won't tell me anything aside from a few vague words. I didn't want to push it.
Where is she? Is she still sleeping?
Right here with me, still sleeping. Should I wake her up or something? Let her know you guys are looking for her?
No need. Let her rest. I'll drop by in a few.
Today? Don't you have work at this time? I mean, I can drop her off home myself before meeting my client later.
Look who's talking.
My schedule's flexible, Ash. Last time I checked, you're the one who didn't have that luxury. How on earth do you think I'm able to tag along when you need me?
It's not completely out of the way.
They live on the other side of the town from you, Ash. Your definition of out of the way is a little screwed up, you know.
It's fine. I have some things I need to do anyway. I'll call you back. I've got to let Becca know that Scared Cat's fine. Bye.
He drops the call before I can even get a word in, and for several minutes after, I find myself simply listening as the rest of Luxborn rouses. Come morning, Zachary received a call from Ashton, who was looking for Isabella. Zachary informed him that she stayed over and of the circumstances. Before ending the call, Ashton offered to pick her up. The increasing sound of passing traffic, the bustle of the nearby shops preparing for the day, and the growing clamor of the people while they go about their morning. Not the most soothing sounds to hear following a troubled night, but the routine puts me at ease nevertheless. What's comforting, what's safe, what I'm used to. Nearby, Isabella shifts but doesn't wake, blissfully unaware as the city slowly stirs itself back to life. Was her night as restless as the one I had? Were her dreams as lucid? In hushed moments like this, I envy her. Unreasonable, probably a little unfair to say such in light of last night. if only forgetting is as easy as breathing. A small yawn escapes me when I rise from the couch to stretch. Luckily, the short conversation with Ash has effectively driven away any will to go back to bed. I still have a day to get through despite the proverbial ghosts hanging around. The orange bottle sitting at the edge of my table is reassuring against my palm the instant I pick it up. The sterile odor of the capsules equally so. Wow, is his PTSD that bad he has to take pills? I wonder if these are anti-anxiety medicine. Yet the weight they carry is something I've never gotten used to. Years ago, I'd spend minutes, heck, even hours staring at a single pill prior to taking one in. Now it's just routine, a way to stave off the unwanted nightly visits. Although, I don't think Dr. Navarro will be quite pleased if he ever finds out I'm relying on them again. Oh. I do owe him a visit, regardless, especially after missing our appointments on purpose and ignoring his calls for weeks. Another sigh comes out, tired and weary, and then I pop the tablet into my mouth.
Zach? What time is it?
The bottle in my hand hits the table with more force than necessary. As much as I trust my friends, there are some things I'd rather keep to myself.
Morning, Bella. Did you sleep well?
I'm hoping those are just sleep meds. Well, not sleep meds. I don't know what the... So, they're not anxiety meds, then. Because you don't take anti-anxiety medication for nightmares. She answers the question with a long drawn-out yawn, one reminiscent of a child. A chuckle manages to come out of my mouth at the sight. In this manner, it's easy to mistake her for someone too young for responsibilities. Inexperienced and immature, even. Easy to forget she was thrust into the role of an adult earlier than her own dreams can afford, to overlook how surprisingly observant she can be at times. Maybe not on the same level Ash exercises for his investigations, or Rebecca needs for her own work. But it's certainly enough to definitely put what she sees around her on canvas. And if the way her eyes flicker to the table and my hand says something, it is that I won't be able to avoid the questions this time.
Only a little. I don't remember how I ended up on the bed, though.
My doing. You didn't look very comfortable sleeping on the couch, all hunched up like that.
It would have been enough for something temporary. Sorry I stole your bed.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I leave a lady sleeping in such uncomfortable conditions?
Yeah.
Not in this house. My nana will give me a tough scolding if I ever did that, I'm telling you.
Thanks a lot, Zach. I know I barged in at a very inconvenient time last night. I wasn't really thinking when I did, and...
Hey, it's cool, Bella. I ain't mad at you. That's what friends do. You guys are welcome here anytime. Although Ashton abuses the anytime part a lot, I don't really mind. We might have less wiggle room if all four of us are present, considering the size of this place. But as long as no one makes anything explode, it's totally fine.
Fine or not, I still owe you one for last night's trouble, especially since you don't seem to be...
A concerned expression passes over her features as she spares another cursory glance over the table, back to the bottle holding every small piece of what keeps the bad memories at bay. The blood blooming over Pa's heart, the horrified look on Ma's face as she watches him fall lifeless to the ground, and every ounce of spite seeping from the stranger's smile. You don't belong here. You don't belong here. It never stops, doesn't it?
Well, you don't seem to be feeling well. Let me know, okay? I'll make it up to you somehow.
She makes a slight gesture with her head towards the bottle, asking a question without really asking. Subtlety has never been one of her greatest assets, but right now, even Ash would have been a little amazed, if not at loss for words, at that. She has left it up to me whether I'll ever give her the response she wants to hear or not. A little clever coming from her, if anyone would ask me. Play it off or tell the truth. I'm gonna tell the truth. But it's never easy, ain't it? I mean, maybe, like, seriously, like, I think it's fine to rely on your friends for things like this. And who knows, maybe it'll encourage Isabella to actually open up. Fuck yeah, baby! Good lord. Jesus, look at how much that is to Isabella. Talking about my own problems, that is. It'll never be. Not by a long shot. Not when I've let it stay this way for so long. I realized that long ago, when the wounds are still fresh and the dreams are a nightly occurrence. Can't force yourself to get better or move on to better things. It's what's normal now, and I can only cope. The question in her eyes may be unwarranted, born simply out of curiosity and sincere concern for a friend. I don't owe her an explanation, in fact. But of all the people I keep close in my life, she's probably one of the very few who perhaps I can trust with this. Maybe she won't understand entirely. I can never hope she will. No, never to the full extent. That alone is expecting too much of her, and giving too much of what I can. However, for all her shortcomings, I know she'll hear me out. And that is all I can ask of her.
My bad. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't have seen me with these.
The pills rattle lightly against the container when I gently set it back to its usual place. Always the same area closest to my laptop, near the right hand. Within reach whenever, and a quiet reminder of what I shouldn't miss every day.
What? Oh, is it bad? I was just thinking that maybe it's a cold like Becca's. Do you need me to get anything from the store? Soup or something? There's one nearby, right? I can run real quick and...
No, nothing of that sort. I'm perfectly healthy right now. It's really difficult to say, but... Can you promise me you'll listen at least?
What is this about, Zach?
I should have been upfront with you about this a long time ago. But Ashton found out without me telling him anything. But you already know how that guy is. Can't hide anything from him.
If it's something you're having trouble saying, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. I'll forget I ever saw anything and won't ask questions. Promise.
No, I need to get this off my chest eventually. Besides, we're already here. Might as well finish what I started, yeah?
If you say so.
She takes a seat on the couch, her posture easy and open, her smile honest. As if this is just a simple talk between two friends on a regular day. It's far from one, but her unreserved air is enough to stamp down the twinge of unease that threatens to come up.
Let's hear it then.
And she does. Feels like yesterday. True to her word, she listens while the story spills out of my mouth. Of my mom, Pa, that little old diner across the pond, and what it left in me that day. I can't recall most of it now, my own account jagged with a few missing details here and there. The passing years have eroded most of my recollection of the whole incident. All except for that one moment in the kitchen. The ringing of gunshots are as vivid as it sounded that day. Even Ma's hysterical screams the moment Pa's body hits the floor motionless, his lifeblood flowing out from under him. And the gunman, he was smiling. He was smiling when Pa opened the door to welcome him. He was smiling when he put a bullet to Pa's chest and Ma's head. I've heard stories of how the world can be a cruel place for people like us before. I never believed until that moment.
Nan and Gran took us right after that. Sis and I flew straight to New Jersey as soon as they heard the news. A few days after, Ma and Pa were laid to rest. And we have a new home a continent away. I didn't even get the chance to take my favorite pillow with me. They said something about the change of environment will be good for us. They had no idea the different kind of ghosts would follow me here.
I expected questions, mostly those brimming with childlike curiosity, and maybe some that are a little too hard to answer. But to her credit, she just sat there, lent her ears, and looked at me with no expectations or unnecessary judgment in her eyes. She appears wiser and older like this, easier to see the breadwinner in her. Her younger siblings are lucky to have her. When I'm done, after everything's been said, she wraps her arms around me. A bit awkward considering the gap in our heights, but it gets her sentiment across. But it's difficult to answer this in kind, if I'm even supposed to reciprocate the gesture given my earlier apprehension. She pulls away shortly with a smile on her face. Not the reaction I braced myself for, but it's obviously better than what I imagined.
Are you not gonna say anything?
Am I supposed to say anything after? Like, apologize or something? I don't think that's very appropriate. If you want to hear one, I can think of something real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, granted, I can understand that's like, what are you supposed to say after hearing something like that? But it's also like, is an apology really gonna be like, not so much worth it, but is it just appropriate considering? It's like, what do you have to apologize for? Sorry you went through that?
Not really. Other people have something to say after usually. And they're not necessarily nice either.
Oh, okay then. I won't. I can't think of something anyway. Sorry, I'm not very good with this. Who else knows, by the way?
My older sister, grandparents, and just Ash and you for now. Maybe I think I should tell Rebecca too, but...
But not right now?
Yeah, not right now. When I'm ready. Like today.
I'm sure she'll be willing to hear you out once you do.
I don't doubt she will. I'm more afraid of how she'll react after. One step at a time, yeah? Whew. Surprisingly, it feels good to get that one out my chest. I was a little afraid you'd be angrier. I didn't tell you earlier than today.
I'm not angry. I'm just surprised. You didn't look like it. I wouldn't have suspected.
I guess because of the shame? I mean, I can get the anger part. Like, why didn't you tell me this earlier? And blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, like, very much like, we're friends, aren't we? We're supposed to trust each other, right?
I suppose that's how it often is, isn't it? We all have our, what's the word Becca uses? Inner demons? But this is something personal to you. I understand why you'd rather have a few people know.
That too. Well, these past few weeks haven't been easy for you. I didn't want to add that. Not after last night.
Something passes in her face, brief, fleeting, and disappears right before I can recognize what it is.
You okay?
Yep, no worries. I'll be fine. Look, about last night... Never mind. This isn't a good time. But don't lose sleep over this, alright? What's important is you got what you want to say out. And if you need me, I'll be here.
I should be relieved. Her words are more than reassuring to my ears. There should be comfort in hearing those alone, in knowing I have another person to rely on if things ever go bad. But somehow, I find myself worrying more for her instead. I'll make another attempt to get the story out of her if I can. But this is a dance I know all too well, and with her, I doubt forcing her to say something would yield any results. As much as I want to imitate Ash, there's only so much I can ask that won't result in something a little over disastrous. At best, she'll stop talking to me until a week passes. At worst, I'd rather not risk it. I've never seen her angry. Outright annoyed, maybe, and often directed at Ash, but never furious. What do they say again about happiest people when angered? Besides, it'd be unfair to her after our little chat.
So, food then?
She seems relieved at the brisk change of subject, and as if it has been simply waiting for its cue all this time, her stomach rumbles at the mention of food. Rather loudly, as a matter of fact.
Alrighty, Missy. We're going to get some chow now. Better be quick, though. Can't have your stomach starting a revolution on us here.
Don't make fun of me. I'm not that hungry. Maybe a little. I didn't think I'd end up skipping dinner last night.
And now we have one starved stomach protesting. Sorry, it'll be nothing fancy, since I'm a little low on stocks.
What about the sandwiches you prepared? I mean, I know they might be a little bit, like, stale.
I should probably drop by the grocery store after the meeting this afternoon.
Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let me check something. Well, actually, no. What day was it? That's not it. Was it the 26th? Yeah. I was just wondering, like, when does Zachary go for that interview?
I can make a quick run for you if you want.
Nah, I've got enough to put together something nice here.
Alright, so it's the day after.
I could always improvise if we're missing an ingredient or two. It ain't like we're going for a Michelin 3-star status here. Also, didn't I say you're a guest? Is this a Filipino thing? Or just Rebecca rubbing off on you?
The soft laughter that comes from her doesn't quite reach her eyes. Neither. The answer is neither. Because if she stays idle, she'll remember.
On second thought, I might need a little help slicing up the potatoes while I prep the ham. You up for that?
What? Do you think instant noodles are all I'm about? I'll have you know, I can cook a mean paella with my eyes closed. All my siblings love it.
Sure you can. Come on. I think I know what we'll do with those spare ingredients.
Isabella saw Zachary taking an unknown medicine, and concerned asked what it is for. He admitted he's suffering from a trauma ever since his parents were killed in a hate crime. Isabella could only offer him a comforting hug. To lighten the mood, the two decided to cook breakfast afterwards. Despite the massive effort to keep the mood light with small chatter, cooking ends up being a mostly quiet affair. Between us, the consistent clapping of the knife against the board, and the muffled noise from the television I left running, words have become surprisingly difficult to string together. Not entirely unusual. We've had moments like this before, but definitely unnerving with how things are now. I really wish someone else would come knocking at the door. As pleasant as this is, breaking the ice or keeping a conversation going has never been my forte. That has always been Isabella's or Rebecca's department. Sometimes Ash's, although most coming from him border on awkward or embarrassing. Speaking of the guy, he never did call back, and I'm willing to bet my entire yearly salary that he fell right back to sleep after that call. Oh.
Sorry, Bella. Could you...
Yep, I got it. The potatoes are almost ready, by the way. I turned down the heat just in case. You might want to check on them, though. Hold on, I'll be right there. Sheesh, wait up. If you keep rapping at the door like that, you'll break it down. Ash.
Oh, good. You're awake.
Oh, here we go again. Ash has already welcomed himself in when I take my eyes away from the oven. He's never been really keen with the notion of courtesies after he's warmed up to you, this guy. All 13 of my locks he broke can attest to that. Jesus! He's a good fellow, though. Maybe a tad bit standoffish at first glance, but he's trustworthy.
Don't you have work today?
I could ask the same of you. Hey, Z-Man.
You're late. Something came up? You need to drop the Z-Man. It's getting old.
Sorry. I got caught with something at the precinct on the way here. Had to attend to that first before things got out of hand. I'd tell you about it, but you know how it can be with those kinds of things. Later, maybe.
And you're here because...
What? I'm not allowed to say hello?
I doubt you're here because of that. And you're not answering my question.
Ah, my bad. Forgot to mention that. He called earlier looking for you. Rebecca's worried because you didn't come home last night.
You could have called my cell instead.
You weren't picking up. Anyway, I'd really hate to cut this little get-together short, but I need to be somewhere else. Come on, Isabella, let's get you home. I'll drop you off on the way.
Wait, we're going now?
He lightly claps a hand on her arm and begins ushering her out of the apartment, throwing a casual wave at me as they pass. Isabella, on the other hand, doesn't appear too fond of the idea. And sure enough, before they can even cross the threshold, she puts a firm foot down, the force alone to halt them both and catch the taller man off guard. It would have made for a funny picture. The way Ash almost crashes into her and Isabella giving him an indignant pout over her shoulder. Surprise and confusion are in his face all at once, two things that rarely ever grace it if he can help it. A rare moment even for our small group. If only I have my camera with me. Dang.
What is it?
Zach cooked something.
So eat it!
It's just food. I'll get you something on the way back.
But the food! It's Zach's cooking! Real delicious food that actually tastes like food. At least stay and have a bite, please. Zach, help me here.
These two. Whenever they're in the same room, sometimes it feels like hurting a group of unruly kids instead of talking to two mature adults. One moment they're engaged in a pleasant chit-chat, and the next they're bickering over a minor issue. Frankly, if I didn't know any better and I have an overactive imagination, I'd say there's something going on. Never mind how utterly impossible that idea is. Or it might just be me reading too much into things like always. I can already hear Ash's laughter if I so much as suggest such. This, however... What do I want to say? I cooked up a feast, or I know you're busy. I'll be understanding.
It's okay. I know you're busy.
Well, that took me down from Ashton and a little bit from Isabella, but... After all, handling organized crime cases aren't exactly what one can call an easy job. It's understandable. The lack of time, his undeterred focus on his work, this has been a goal for him, I was told long ago. A childhood dream of sorts. Although I admit that disappointment is there. A small part of my person is looking forward to spending time with what few friends I have. This is something they wouldn't be able to give at the moment. We've each got our own lives to live.
Sorry about this, Zach. I should have come earlier, but you know how things go back there when shit hits the fan. It becomes messy.
It happens sometimes. Now, I do have spare containers with me here, though. At least bring some of what we cooked with you. I wouldn't be able to eat all of it alone anyway. It'd just be a waste. There's even enough here for Rebecca.
I don't have to go with him, though. I can stay. I'll just go home later. Catch a bus or something.
I answer her offer with a small smile of my own. Does she realize that unconsciously, in her own little way, she's taken it upon herself to look after the people surrounding her? Like her own family in place of... No, never mind. But an extension of what she has miles away.
Nah, it's cool. I need to be off somewhere soon. So, it's a good thing Ash arrived when he did. At least that way you won't be alone.
In the company of another person, she'll be safer. From her thoughts, from her own self.
If you insist. And thanks for letting me stay the night.
Hey, no problem. But you should really call if you want to drop by next time. I could be out.
I don't plan to make a habit out of it, but I'll keep that in mind.
Let me just pack this up for you two, alright? It'll just be a minute.
H. Wright, 11 a.m.
Hannah Wright. My hand pauses, short of pulling one of the many empty food containers off the cupboard. Ash has taken off the post-it note that I've recently stick to the refrigerator door. Although from this angle it appears more like the note itself has done him a world of wrong and now he's glaring at it more than reading it.
Oh yeah, I got that one a few days ago. They wanted magazine features of the new home. Ermin, something. The same one Isabella sold.
Wow, they sure don't waste any time. I was just finalizing their papers for final approval last night.
You sure about this?
Nah, I've had worse. Also, it pays a lot for one-time work. Can't exactly complain when it's like that. Why?
He doesn't comment on it further. He simply sticks the note back in its place among the mess of papers and receipts on the fridge, and casually stuffs both his hands in his pockets. His eyebrows, however, are drawn together in a small frown. Ash may not say anything on it, but I'm quite sure there's something in his mind he simply can't voice out, likely due to present company. He stays wholly silent after. Packing for 3 people doesn't take long, and all too soon I'm leading the 2 of them out the doorway. A small paper bag swings in Isabella's hand when she makes her way out, giving me a casual wave as she takes the flight of steps down ahead of her companion. Ash, however, lags behind.
Go on, you can tell me.
I'm sure you know what you're getting into, but try not to get too involved with that couple.
Relax. I doubt they'll even remember me after this. I'm just a photographer passing by, nothing more. Though it'd be nice to get a regular client. Easy on the pockets, of course.
Find some other one after this. Not them. Never them. Luxborn's big enough.
What's the problem?
Okay, if it'll make you feel better.
He's like, what's the deal? He doesn't look completely convinced by my answer. But he nods nevertheless and claps a hand on my shoulder on his way out. A mind draft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind him, slightly disturbing the Oh, wait a minute, a mind draft. A mild draft, sorry. As I close the door behind him, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. That looks disgusting. Ashton arrived to fetch Isabella hours later, but she didn't want to leave after all the food they prepared. After a few reassurances, Zachary convinced her to come with Ashton. A brief talk about the rights and Zach's upcoming gig occurred before the detective departs. A lone note flutters by my feet, the letters on the surface glaring at me with mute intensity. Ermengarde Mansion, H. Wright, 11 a.m. After Ashton's warnings, they all hold a different meaning now. October 27th, yeah, because we already saw the, yeah, because we had already seen the tour, practically. The next 2 days rush by in a blur, altogether leaving a collective mess of work suddenly piling up and new unexpected acquaintances. Or friends? Depends on how you look at it, really. Either way, I'm stuck developing these photos at 3 in the morning to reach a deadline set by an overeager art director. Don't get me wrong, Julius is good, has a vision, and knows what he wants, but damn, he can be too enthusiastic sometimes.
Doesn't matter when you couldn't sleep anyway.
There's nothing new in it, of course. After years of working as a freelance photographer, it's simply something I've grown used to. Get to know people, build a client base, do good work, and cash in some late hours if need be. Rinse and repeat. It certainly takes a while to get some footing on the field, but it's the kind of thing that pays off in the long run as long as you keep at it. Given enough time, you might end up with some big names on your client list. Names like the Wrights in particular. I never did pay much attention to them, but it's virtually impossible not to hear about them when a local news channel or paper has something to say on their name. A party here, an acquisition there. Sometimes it's a new business venture, other times it's the everyday gossip that typically follows popular people like them. Not in a million years did I ever imagine I would end up working for such a high-profile couple. And between that and the fuss that comes with, it leaves me no time to ponder over whatever happened to Isabella or why Ash is so adamant we keep away from the pair.
They do seem like the good folk, though, despite the whole fame thing.
Sure, there was a rumor running around years ago about him being involved in some business scandal. But just like every gossip blown out of proportion by the media, nothing came of it, and eventually it simply died down. Much is definitely left to be said for the husband, but I doubt a woman like Miss Wright would pick him if he doesn't have any good points at all. Miss Wright. Hannah herself, though. She ain't particularly bad the way the press makes her out to be. The tabloids had it all wrong, that's for sure. For someone born with a silver spoon in her mouth, well, she ain't exactly what I was expecting. Among other things, the newfound friendship is what I least expected from her, but here we are. Although with a life as public as the Wrights, no wonder it's the woman who often gets the crappy end of the stick. I can't help but feel sorry for her. She's a real nice person when given the chance. Heck, she might have even ended up friends with Rebecca and Isabella too if they weren't living worlds apart. Probably. The beep quickly pulls me back before my thoughts travel any further. In one practice motion, I carefully place the wet print I'm holding on a drying rack and amble over my makeshift darkroom to get the last photos from the water bath. Inside the converted broom closet, the film processor lets out another soft clack before going on its standby mode. At its mouth, a lone photograph sits on the tray, barely visible with the lack of light. If it's the last one tonight for the set Miss Wright requested. I don't usually make this a habit, giving away stuff, that is. It's bad for the business, no matter how well-intentioned or generous you are. This exception, however, she did treat me well and was a pleasant companion all throughout the shoot. Even if she didn't ask, I would have probably given her a few prints just for the hell of it. Miss Wright ain't such a bad subject matter to begin with. And maybe this is just me, but for someone who has everything at the palm of her hands, all the money in the world, a loving husband, and a plenty big mansion to call home, she's lonely. She doesn't just appear like it. It shows in the tone of her voice, how she moves, and most certainly in her smiles. Always hidden behind the glamour for the world to never see. Sometimes for people like her, small things like these help. A little reminder that the world can be kind, too. Water drips from the papers. I blindly pick it up and gently lay it on another tray holding a decent amount of photo flow. A few seconds under the solution is all it needs before it's ready for drying. No good rushing this last one, even if my body's already screaming for some decent snooze. My hand fumbles for the light switch, moving towards it with familiarity, while I fish for a squeegee among the mess of tools on a drawer with the other. The bulb flickers twice before its glow settles and it casts a soft light in the tiny space. When I glance back down, squeegee in hand, ready to finish the process and finally call it a night.
What on earth?
Oh, is it gonna be that picture? Holy shit, what the fuck?! Her head's gone. Blurred and distorted beyond recognition, rather. The area completely smudged over, leaving no trace of the same sweet smile the good woman carried in all the previous prints.
Damn, that was too careless.
A common mistake to make, of course, if one is negligent enough to pick a newly processed photo in the dark like I apparently did. It has happened before. Loads of times, actually. But I still can't help but feel a small pang of frustration over one mistake a newbie would likely make. With a sigh, I reach up for the switch again, intending to develop a new one from scratch.
It could pass off for one of those supernatural pictures they show on TV, though.
Something tells me this isn't a mistake. This is like a fucked up photo. A memory clicks. One cursory thought in the sea of many, in a short yet distinct second from the day before. A glimpse is all I got, but it's enough to burn the image in my mind. There was a shadow. No. A woman. In her 20s or early 30s, maybe? But with how far gone her flesh alone has become, it's not possible to tell at first glance. The skin itself has already taken a sickly pale color, rotten in most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and lesion on her body. Bony hands grip Miss Wright's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with a vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes.
Zachary?
Not for me, but for Miss Wright.
Zach, is something the matter?
Oh no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all. Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
The memory alone is enough to make me retch. Some of Hannah's shots from the photo shoot the day before came out distorted after Zachary developed them. He would have almost dismissed it as human error if he hadn't remembered a chilling memory from yesterday's shoot. I brushed it off then. A trick of the eye, I told myself, or a product of the heat. The weather has been unexpectedly warm recently, so it shouldn't be too surprising for such things to happen. And, well, blaming this on usual, fatigue, an overworked brain, the weather, or an amateur error on my part is far more convenient. It makes a whole lot of sense than what the small voice inside my head whispers. The same tiny voice that only makes itself known when something's afoul. The same one that lent a curious ear to Isabella's worries about the mansion. And with each second I spend staring at this photograph, the murmurs in my head only grow louder against my ears. Someone has to know. Huh. Show the photo to Hannah or to Ash? Let me check the journal real quick. When does that thing happen with Hannah? The 29th? Yeah. And today's only like, what, the 26th? 27th, sorry, not 26th. I know, normally I would have said Hannah, but considering what we just saw from her the other day, I'm actually going to show this to Ash. Ash will give me flack for this, he will. I can already hear what he's going to say about this the moment I bring it up. Hell, before he even sees anything, I'll wager. The guy's a skeptic through and through, and it will take more than my account for him to even consider this. But when you've been there, seen something enough to raise the hairs at the back of your neck and leave you wanting to flee or hide, what he thinks is the least of my concerns. I'm no hero. That's a title best reserved for someone else. Still, if this'll help him change his mind, it's worth a try. Isabella's gone and done the same thing, didn't she? Outside, the sun is yet to rise. I've still got a few hours before dawn. Good enough time to mull over how I'll go about this with him. Plenty of space to check if I'll get the same result if I redo the process again. The film processor hums back to life at my touch. The light switch gives out a soft click, and darkness embraces the small closet again.
Somehow those urban legends don't sound so silly now.
Sometimes I wish Ash would make himself easier to find. 24 messages, 13 phone calls, and 1 visit to his flat later, I still have no idea which rock in Luxburn he went off to hide under again. The guy has his own place but refuses to stay in it. He has his own phone but doesn't answer any of his calls or give any indication he's gotten any of my messages. Most of the time he'll just show up on my front door. Sometimes in the middle of the night complaining how uncomfortable it is to sleep at the back of his Shirley, his car. As if the old couch in my flat is any better. Nothing new from him, though. But a bit frustrating, really. There's the police precinct, of course. Then again, he's not there most of the time either, and if that's also true for today, he's likely out on another stakeout. There's nothing much to do for me but to wait if that's the case.
Let's just hope I'm lucky enough today.
Oh look, we're in the police department. While Luxborn is a relatively peaceful city boasting a low crime rate, its precinct stays abuzz with activity. As soon as I open the glass front doors, murmurs coming from the people waiting in the lobby welcome me. Officers can occasionally be seen shuffling in and out of the rooms, greeting civilians with a casual smile and a polite nod. Some, though, look a little worse for wear, like their receptionist, who looked at me with much disdain the moment I arrived. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with him today. Before I can even step in, Ashton's voice, though low, comes from the hallway adjacent to the lobby.
Not even for just 1 minute?
No. The case was dismissed, remember?
You were the one handling that case.
If you want access to those records, you've got to ask Chief. I was taken off it before shit went to hell. Why do you even bother? Even Professor Clark seems to have given up on that.
Well, never mind, you won't understand.
Right. I know you owe Professor Clark a lot, but the right guy isn't just someone you mess with.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They've got the money. Who knows what else gets swept under the rug with them involved.
That takes a special kind of ignorant not to know.
And a smart person to know which boundaries he can't cross. You're a bright guy, you'll figure it out. In any case, I've got to get going. Another missing person case on my hand. Benjamin on the front desk looks like he's about to maul someone after the 4th one yesterday. Murders, people missing, what a time to be alive. Man, I miss the old Luxburn.
You and me both. I'll see ya. Gonna go grab some lunch.
He notices me first as soon as he enters the lobby and pauses. Confusion briefly crosses his face until I fish out the phone from my pocket and wave it up. Frowning, he pulls his own mobile out, wordlessly fiddling with it for a few seconds before sighing heavily. There ain't any annoyance in him when he glances up, though. Only mild exasperation and what might be a hint of amusement.
Stop taking pointers from Isabella. This is gonna get old soon.
At least use your phone properly.
It's an alarm clock, a good note-taking device, a halfway decent camera, and maybe a music player too. If I'm being nice. What else do I need it for?
I don't know, keeping in contact maybe?
When he merely shrugs, I know I've struck a chord. He's far from holding a piece of technology in contempt, of course. Ash has always been nothing but practical from the start, and technology is useful. Only, when he gets too focused on one thing like a case he's handling, he tends to forget there are other things around him. A little reminder and a nudge in the right direction can get him a long way.
I've got an email on that social media site the girls roped us into joining.
That doesn't make any sense. Also, you've got an account before any of us had one.
For policing purposes? Anyway, why are you here? I thought you have something scheduled today. Or was that yesterday?
That was yesterday. Look, about that, there's something I want you to see.
He stops me with a tap on my shoulder, walks past me straight to the door, and gestures with his head towards their very irked receptionist when I raise an eyebrow in question.
Over lunch. I haven't eaten anything since last night, and Benjamin there doesn't really like loiterers around here.
Wordlessly, I follow after him, but not after sending the poor guy behind the table an apologetic smile. Oh, we're back at Starbucks! As expected, he takes a seat in the farthest corner of the cafe. A good way from the window, but easily allows a view of who comes and goes. Secluded enough not to be disturbed by the lunch hour rush or be overheard by a curious bystander. If I didn't know this is lunch he invited me to, I would automatically assume I got dragged into another stakeout. After years of knowing him, though, this has simply become one of the many habits he has I've gotten used to. Food arrived minutes later. A slice of their vegetarian quiche for me. Meanwhile, Ashton has opted for a cup of coffee plus a gracious serving of...
You having cake for lunch?
He shrugs, and then proceeds to dig in without even a hint of remorse. Frankly, it's like seeing a child get his Christmas present early.
Don't tell Becca. I'll get an earful.
Oh, it's fine.
It's just for today.
You should listen to her, though. Kind of work you do, you'll need to eat something other than sweets.
Oh, I just realized I've had Discord open the entire time. Sorry about that.
I don't want to see you drop dead in front of my apartment again.
I told you, just this once. Have you been hanging out with Becca lately? You're beginning to sound like her.
Nah, just for some recipes. But she has the right to worry, you know? It's like she's taking care of 2 kids. One bitches on sweets, while the other on cup noodles. At least Bella knows how to cook.
Hey, I can at least boil something. Wait, that's easy, right? I mean, you just put water in and...
No, don't even think about it. You destroyed your own kitchen once by sticking a pressure cooker on it. I think my sister is a whole lot better than you. And this is coming from someone who has no other choice but to eat her cooking for some time.
To be fair, he genuinely appears offended at the last remark. Hate will be too strong of a word to describe how Sis and him usually interact whenever they're in the same room. Though whatever appropriate word it is, I can say with most certainty that the feeling's mutual for both. Ash thinks she nags too much, while Sis thinks he's a trouble magnet I should stay away from. They're both technically right on their assessments.
How's your sister, by the way? Still bullying white guys?
Please stop. What should I say? Oh boy. Am I really having to... she's married to one now, you're the one who started it. I don't think he's white. Like, if that fucking song is anything to go by, he's Asian. So I don't think he's white. Fuck it, I'll go with this one.
You do know she's married to one now.
Yeah, baby!
I hope she doesn't end up poisoning him with her cooking.
Pot calling the kettle black?
She can't be better than me.
Actually, she is now. They're planning to start a restaurant sometime in the future.
Actually, I shouldn't say it. It's not because of his ringtone. Like, Hannah even said that he was Oriental, so he's Asian.
I was bedridden for days after eating some of the stuff she whipped up. And now you're letting her cook for other people?
Don't exaggerate. It was just for one day, and you're the one who refused to leave your apartment. You should come by, though. Sis gave birth a few days ago. Girl, I've only seen the pictures. But I might visit sometime after everything's settled down. Too many backlogs to go through for now.
No way in hell. She'll just find something to criticize again. Last time, it was Shirley.
He makes a show of being utterly mortified, though I'm quite sure he doesn't mean any of that. He might not say it straight out, but I'm pretty sure he's enjoying the small visits whenever he can. Something about it reminds him of his own family. Sort of like making up for the one he never got back after his parents separated. Sore spot, that one topic. One thing he never ever brings up in any conversation, if he can help it, and I've never seen the need to be nosy. There are some wounds you're just not meant to open, and for the both of us, the sentiment goes the same way.
As if you ain't already on a shit list. You're just afraid of her.
In your dreams. But I'll think about it. Can't just drop this thing at the moment.
His change in tone is subtle, but his aggravation over the matter hangs completely palpable in the air.
Still no closer?
The opposite, actually. There's been some slip-ups here and there. Careless mistakes, and let's just say I'm waiting for him to make another one. What about you? How are things on your end?
All piled up on top of the other. But I can manage. Still recovering from the expenses for the movie, so the surge in new projects helps.
I wonder if he's talking about Luke. It's interesting. He's going after the rights. So is it possible that Luke is doing shit behind people's backs that even Hannah doesn't know about?
Well, there's this one thing.
The expression on his face grows more puzzled with each photo I spread on the table. There's about 8 of them, all of it reprints of the same thing. Miss Wright's distorted head on the photos. He takes a minute to go through each, eyeing the prints warily. The furrow on his brow doesn't ease even as he gathers all of it into one pile and sets them in one neat stack in front of me with a heavy sigh.
Hannah Wright?
Why do they pronounce it's Hannah?
Yeah. How did you...
The locket. She never takes it off.
Oh, so that means it's especially significant that she did take off the Evans one.
Evans' family heirloom.
I won't even think about asking why or how he knows that. If he's investigating them, he'll likely have already dug up every unimaginable dirt on them, including family history.
Are you done with your work with them?
Yesterday, yeah. It's just a small feature for a magazine. Interviews, photos, standard stuff, nothing big. But see, here's the thing. I don't know how else to put this out there without sounding crazy, but there really is something odd with that place. Remember the letter?
Oh, Christ, here we go. He drags in a breath, reaches up his nose and pinches it. Like the action alone will help grant him all the patience in the world to continue this conversation.
Please tell me this isn't about that again.
No, Ash, you've got to listen this time.
I am listening, and I can't believe that just came out of your mouth.
Can you shut up for one moment?
These are some blurred out photos, and that letter is just a stupid prank. I expected this from Isabella, not you.
Shouldn't the fact that it's coming from me be alarming? Like, you know me for much longer.
You're the photographer here. I don't see any need to get worked up over this.
I know what you mean, but will you hear me out first?
Ash leans back on his seat and doesn't say anything further. He gestures for me to continue with a wave of his hand, impatience clearly on his face. Any other person telling him this and he'll walk out without batting an eye. I suppose the only reason he's given me the benefit of the doubt is because we know each other.
Ash, I don't easily buy into these things as much as you do.
Yeah.
Yesterday, though, behind Hannah.
He blinks at that, his eyebrows lifting momentarily before settling into a deep frown.
Hannah? Since when were you on a first-name basis with the right missus?
Why does that even matter?
I thought you said this was just a gig.
His voice stays level, but the accusation in it is as clear as day. It hits a nerve in me somehow, more than that tone usually does. I do get where he's coming from, but... it's just a gig. Patience can be a tough thing to summon at times. But we didn't get this far as friends if we let our own tempers be the lord of us.
Bro, it's really just another freelance work.
He eyes me skeptically, the same stare he reserves for people he interrogates. I've been on the receiving end of it before, early in our friendship. Years later, he's already got the unimpressed police look down pat.
And there's nothing going on with me and Miss Hannah. She was just being friendly. Insisted I call her by her first name. That's all.
I wasn't implying any of that. You're not that sort of guy.
I know, but let's just get that out of the way. The just-in-case elephant in the room scenario, aight? She's a married woman, Jesus!
Not with the image she presents in public.
No, but trust me, she ain't any of the things.
Yeah, I actually met her.
Like I read any of those.
I know you don't, but keep it in mind, will you?
Will do. Though I can't promise you'll get off scot-free if she's involved. Man, with how you're acting, it feels like I'm doing a solid for your girlfriend.
Cut that out, will you? And I'm not asking you to. Besides, what's currently going on here is more important.
Alright, lay it in.
Recounting everything takes the better half of our lunch, but he manages to listen through the entire thing without a snide comment. A feat in itself, actually. At the end of it, Ashton merely nods, takes out his phone and excuses himself. Off to a far corner of the cafe for some privacy, if he can even afford to have such in a place as public as this. He returns in a little while and hands me a small card. Andrew Clark, Professor of Psychology and Ethnography, Department of Psychology, College of Humanities and Sciences.
I can't stop you if you're willing to believe in this crap. Give this guy a call. You're better off talking to him than me. He's at the public library now if you want to catch him there. He used to be my professor back in the university.
You went to university for a fucking cop?
Oh, no, I don't think that's...
Go on. I already gave him a heads up. You know I can't help you out, man.
He gives my arm a tap and walks off, mumbling about checking back how things are at the precinct. Disturbed, Zachary decided to show the photographs to Ashton. During lunch at the coffee house, they briefly discussed Zach's sister before the topic veered on the photos. Refusing to believe his friend, Ashton advised him to talk to Andrew instead. I don't see his face when he leaves, but I know this is his own little way of helping out despite what he doesn't voice out. We're at the library. We're probably not going to go on for too much longer because my back is fucking aching and my voice is starting to give out a little bit. So maybe when we get to the next day, we're going to call it there. Of all the places, it never crossed my mind I'll end up wandering into the public library today, considering I rarely ever visited. Somehow, there's always been this kind of disconnect between me and books in general. Sure, some of them held my attention in my youth during the brief times of the day I was left to my own with nothing to do. I went through the whole of Grant's collection, as a matter of fact. Read all of them twice or thrice even. But they never did hold it for long. Most of it never even stuck. It should be stuck. Especially after I learned it's simply easier to do things myself if I want to learn stuff. This ain't the plan in the first place. But after Ashton went through trouble to contact the professor, I can't just ignore it. Nothing but quiet greets me inside, though. Not the typical mum one would associate with a library, but one akin to a hush prior to an impending trouble. Or perhaps I'm just overthinking again. I really like to think I'm just thinking too much about this, that this is just a lack of sleep talking. Regardless, apart from a group of students murmuring in a corner somewhere, the place is free of its usual visitors. All while my footsteps echo in a manner unsettling enough to raise the hairs on the back of my neck. Much to my relief, it doesn't take me long to find him, being the only occupant in this side of the room. Professor Andrew Clark. I've never personally met the man, but Ash has spoken highly of him several times. In fact, he's Ash's go-to guy when something's troubling him with a case. My steps are unsure as I approach. At any rate, he greets me with a warm smile like a grandson he hasn't seen in a long time.
Ashton's friend, I take it. Zachary. You'll have to forgive this old man if I don't get your name right.
Oh, no, you got it. It's Zach. Zachary Steele, Professor Clark.
He gestures at the empty seat across the table while he returns to his books. The next couple of minutes pass in relative silence as he continues to read and take notes from the pile he's accumulated on the table. Maybe I should have taken a book first before heading here? But before I can even get that far into that idea, the professor clicks the book shut and sets it atop the stack next to him.
Ashton told me you were hoping to get answers from me. Although I'm not quite sure what I could share, I'll do my best to help.
Thanks. Of course, there are a lot of things I want to ask. How do we get out of this mess is the first among hundreds of concerns in my head. but in the presence of someone I barely know, the thoughts won't easily form. He's nothing but patient, however, and with enough time to mull over, a question finally forms.
Do you believe in the paranormal, Professor?
It's supernatural, actually. Don't worry. It's a common mistake to make. But they really are two different things.
What the fuck? How?
The other one deals with what we can't explain at the moment, while the other are things we may not have an explanation to.
Excuse me?
Here.
He places a couple of papers in front of me, the very same one he was writing on earlier. A study of Luxborn's supernatural culture in a nutshell.
A friend of mine wrote that a few years ago. He took interest in the city after reading about the stories. I have to agree with him here. Even stories dealing with things you don't see with the naked eye can be rife with culture, and this city thrives on it. Just ask the locals.
Like ghosts, for example.
Among other things. The interpretation has changed over the years, though. Various religions, for example, have their own version. It might not always be a spirit now. It could be a memory, or an imprint, an echo, so to speak. Some are born from curses, even, out of great anger, hatred, or pain. There was this one story. Ah, here it is.
Another book is pulled out from the stack and placed open atop the papers, while he speaks with such passion that it makes me wonder if some part of him believes these to be true. It is interesting, though, if I'm personally not a fan of such stories. Even if I'm personally not a fan of such stories. And soon hours pass without my notice.
In the end, it asks for something to be sacrificed in order to destroy whatever anchors the wraith. A sad tale, that one, but the simplest grudge can bring the ugliest, even in the kindest person, with some people none the wiser. Oh, I'm sorry. I just went on.
No, it's fine.
Nah, it's good. Are you familiar with the Ermengarde Mansion, though?
Of course. That goes without saying. Who hasn't heard of the local legend? Although, word of the mouth is, someone has already bought it.
Ah, yeah. The right couple. It was a close friend who handled that sale.
So I heard. Well, don't think the house being bought by anyone would stop us from talking about it. What is it about the mansion, then?
I just want to ask what you think of it, sir.
We're going to need more than an afternoon for that, young man.
Holy shit, really?
You see, it's the kind that has changed over the years, passed down from one person to the next. Sometimes, it's the Lord William who haunts the place. There are versions where it's the lady of the house. But my favorite, a personal favorite, would have to be the ones that followed after the disappearance of the kind daughter.
Well, what about these then?
There's a moment of hesitation on my part before I pull out Miss Wright's photos and lay them all in front of him. Unlike Ash, though, the professor inspects each print with great interest. That gives me some hope, at least.
When were these taken?
Need some advice, Professor?
Just the other day. Do you think those are the same?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. There were certainly instances when the film would pick up what the human eyes weren't able to see. But then, it could also have been human error.
I didn't edit it in any way. You have my word on that, Professor. They all just came out like that.
Then, if it is what you're thinking, I'd strongly advise against doing something reckless and further tangling with them. Accounts about them may be riveting to you, but most of it often ends in an unpleasant manner.
He's not wrong.
What about those people in the house? If there is something in there, shouldn't they know? I'm sure they're already familiar with the legends, but...
Some people might deserve it, however.
Shit! This man is coming for violence.
Deserve what, sir?
Damn, my man came out here for violence. All of a sudden, the tenderness in the professor's eyes disappears, his face becoming unreadable. As though catching himself, he hastily clears his throat, gathers his books, and rises from his seat.
Professor?
I'm sorry. I just remembered something I neglected to do. You'll have to excuse me, Zachary.
All right. Do you need any help with that?
Don't let my looks fool you, son. I can still carry a few hundreds. I've been doing this for years.
What the hell does that mean?
I'll see you some other time if you have any other questions.
It's a little suspicious that he's getting up to leave after we ask him, what do you mean by there are some people who deserve to end, who deserve to die from ghosts?
Of course. It was nice knowing you, Professor.
He doesn't hear it, however. Zachary met with Professor Andrew Clark at the library. The professor shared a few of his favorite stories about the city, including a friend's research about its urban legends. When Zach showed Hannah's distorted photos, the professor only warned him not to be reckless, and that some people deserve what's coming for them. In a few short strides, he's out of the library, leaving me in every piece of this whole mess amidst the oppressive stillness. Despite the answers gleaned, more questions surfaced. If there's even a single way out of this, I hope we find it soon. We're not done yet, guys. Just a little bit more, I reckon. The moon is well into the night sky by the time I make it back home. My heavy treads and the sound of traffic outside echoing in my ears, filling the empty room with some semblance of life. Nana would scold me if she ever hears me walk like that. But after today, I really can't give a damn about everything. The mattress creaks under my weight as I unceremoniously flop down on it, and I find myself looking at the paper under my grip. An invitation and a request to cover an event, the Wrights' housewarming party, tomorrow evening. If only it were that easy, but it would give me a chance to talk to her. About that thing in their house. With a sigh, I let my hand fall to the side of the bed along with the invitation. I'll think about it tomorrow, when my head ain't muddled with thoughts of a headless woman and the haunting smiles of a ghost. Belatedly, it occurs to me that the last meal I ate had been the one with Ashton. And an empty gnawing ache makes itself known, but I can't bring myself to stand up. Today was a complete waste of time, and frankly a disappointment. I don't like this. The lack of certainty, the disquiet, the lack of stable ground to stand on, the part where I don't know what will come tomorrow. Ever since that damn letter, everything has been thrown out of the loop. I wish everything stayed the same. Routine would have been easier to make sense of than this. Closing my eyes, I let the noise from the streets below lull me to sleep. At the very least, that's the one thing that hasn't changed. All right. Alright, we're going to the main menu. Alright, we're in chapter 3 already? Shit! Okay. So I was right, we are going to spend one chapter... We are going to spend one chapter in each character's, thing. 14 CGs, huh? Wow. Only missing 3 backgrounds from this. Two from this. Man, we're missing a lot here. Alright, so we're not particularly... What about here? 10% of achievements! Oh, God. We got a lot to go for here. Find the hidden locket at the attic. Oh, is that supposed to be Rebecca as a little kid? Huh. Meet Zachary the photographer as Hannah. Begin chapter 2 with a good standing with Luke. Ooh, okay. Huh. Oh. Alright. We're done for tonight. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm tired. My back is aching, and my throat is starting to... and my voice is starting to give out, I think. I will admit, though, we got pretty far. Managed to get through, like, what? Oh, right, I should probably switch the thing over, I'm sorry. That should not be showing. Sorry about that. I have no clue whether or not we're even close to figuring out the story here. Like, honestly, I have no fucking clue. So, I mean, I can't... So, what are my thoughts? What are my thoughts here? Well, so Isabella is not dead. She is not dead. Somehow... So, I don't know whether or not she can even stay dead. I don't even know if she can die, but she didn't die. At least we know that. Hannah, however... I think she's getting possessed by the ghosts. I definitely think she's getting possessed by the ghosts. You know, or a ghost. Maybe the woman that she keeps seeing. Because it does seem weird that she's all of a sudden acting very clingy to Luke. So, I am kind of wondering, like, what's going on here, you know, with her. Zach has PTSD. Because of his parents' murder. I am kind of wondering, like, if it's possible that the ghosts are gonna, like, try and prey on everybody's, like, insecurities and such. Like the ghosts are preying on Isabella because she's probably, like, I don't want to say the most weak-willed and all that, but I think because of her naturally superstitious personality and all that, like, something tells me that, like, they're preying on her because of the fact that she's so sensitive to these things. Hannah is probably because of her unhappy marriage with Luke. You know, and of course we got that little bit of insight into her where she felt like she was no longer her own person. She was more just Luke's wife. So there's that. And now, granted, we haven't seen anything much with Zach, but something tells me that with Zach, they're probably going to be preying on his, like, mental illnesses and all that. Again, I don't know, but that's my best guess. But it does seem like we're going in order from the profile. So we went from Isabel to Hannah and then to Zachary. So I think the next chapter after that should be Mary Ann's, which is good because so far she's shaping up to be my favorite character next to Zach. But yeah. God, I just don't know what to think of the background story here, because they said that, okay, William and Elizabeth died in the beginning. They died. And the professor just recently let us know that, oh, it's said that in some versions of the legends that they're the ones who are haunting the mansion. But then they're saying that, oh, their daughter, Charlotte, committed suicide and that she's possibly haunting the mansion. But I am kind of wondering. So, that necklace that Hannah picked up, that is those are definitely Asian characters. Like I can recognize at least the kanji of the second one, because that's usually in Japanese language. But obviously I don't know what it means. And I'm not saying that the kanji, I'm not saying that the symbols on the necklace are Japanese itself. I'm just saying that the second one looks similar to a kanji I've seen in the Japanese language. But it's definitely Asian and all that. So I'm wondering if it's possible that, I don't know if this is racist for me to say, but I am kind of wondering if we can somehow get that necklace away from Hannah into Ash's hands, if he could potentially read it, considering he is Asian. Again, that sounds a little bit racist, I know, but it's better than nothing, you know? But I think what's even more confusing is the fact that, like, what is a necklace with Asian characters on it doing in a supposedly white in an England household, hidden in an English household. So something tells me that woman we keep seeing, the one that's all fucked up, I have a feeling. So here's my theory, and this is not really supported with a lot of evidence, but I don't think she's either Elizabeth or Charlotte. I don't think that's it. She's either an illegitimate lover of either William, Elizabeth, or Charlotte. Oh yeah, there was also that fiance. I forget his name though. But either way, she might be an illegitimate lover, or she might be a slave. Because the thing is that Hannah found that necklace in the attic, which is where Isabella found the letter. So I'm wondering, like, is this ghost that we keep seeing, is she the person who owned that necklace? Because again, we encountered her in the attic the first time around. Honestly, I'm leaning more towards the fact that she might have been a slave. Or maybe maybe not a slave. Maybe, I know I said illegitimate lover. What about illegitimate child? Like, is it possible that one of the men, or, well, I guess we don't know who the Asian parent would be, but it's possible that, is it possible that she's an illegitimate child of one of these people? And the thing is that back then, illegitimate children were looked down on. Were looked down on. So I could definitely imagine that, having a child born, illegitimately and not looking white, they might have sequestered her up in the attic for pretty much all her life until she died. Now, granted, I don't know how she died. I haven't really seen a lot that says, oh, this is how she died. But we know she had to have died a pretty gruesome death if she looks like that. So, Again, I don't know much of the story behind this. I'm just spitballing my own theories here. But I think the theory I'm gonna go with is that this ghost that we keep seeing, she's the owner of the necklace, and she is an illegitimate child who died in the attic. Probably by one of the white people, who knows. I just don't know how the other characters are gonna play into this. Because honestly, I thought that these 7 characters were gonna be stuck in the mansion, and then they were pretty much gonna have to solve a murder mystery all on their own while trying to avoid this curse. well, not trying to avoid the curse, trying to, like, you know, solve the curse. But now it's not even that anymore. Like, it sounds like we're just trying to figure out, like, I mean, I think what's happened is that the first story is that we're trying to figure out, I guess, the story behind the mansion and figuring out who our characters are like and all that. But something tells me as things start to ramp up, that's when we're really going to start seeing some fucked up stuff, you know? Because, again, we haven't really seen too much outside of, you know, racial slurs and some mild sexism and a bit of alcohol abuse. We haven't really seen that, so something tells me that the further we get into this game, and depending on where we are in terms of paths, like, we're probably going to get more and more into the fucked up stuff. It would be interesting, though, to look at the path I'm on right now, on each of the characters, but they did say that would be containing spoilers, and obviously I don't want to do that. Like, I want to make sure that I remain as spoiler-free as possible. You know, basically, we're sticking with our choices, people. But if I can be honest, I feel like the ending I'm going for, we're probably not going to get one of the good endings. Like, I feel like the only way to get to a good ending is if I manage to somehow keep my relationship with everybody up, like, above the relationship value, which I seem to be doing a pretty good job on for the most part. Like, I think the only one that doesn't really make sense is Isabella with Rebecca and all that. But but it's not that much. Again, I don't know. Alright. We need to end this because we're already at 5.5 hours. So when is the next stream? So I'm thinking the 15th at 8:30. Again, I want to try and get through this game as quick as possible. So, although with the way it's going, we might not actually finish this within October. I mean, again, I don't know. But it is the 15th. But yeah, so part 3 of the letter will be on the 15th at 8:30 p.m. Hopefully nothing comes up. I don't think it should. But yeah, so thank you all for coming and enjoying this. This was definitely a lot less crazy and all of that. And I'm sorry that I haven't really been talking as much during the gameplay. I'm just engrossed in the game and all that. Like, I'm pretty sure that once we start getting more and more into it, that's when I'll start talking more. But, you know, I think until then I'm probably just going to be really quiet. But yeah, so thank you for coming. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And as I said, we'll be streaming part 3 of the letter on the 15th of October, which is this Friday at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And I will see you all at the next stream. All I have left to say is good night. Stay safe. We're still in the middle of a fucking pandemic. Please get vaccinated. I swear for the love of God, to take care of yourselves. And have a good week. Goodbye, everybody.